Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Marcy McCarthy and remain standing for the national anthem performed by Natasha Owens.
Good morning, America. Are you excited to be at CPAC? Let's celebrate our greatest country on earth. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to this republic for which I stand, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Go USA!
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched, we're so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? God bless America.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to CPAC 2022, Awake, Not Woke. For our invocation, please welcome Kimberly Bellissimo.
Good morning, Patriots. Good morning. May we have this morning, may we join together in prayer. First and foremost, we pray for the people of the Ukraine and President Zelensky for their safety and an immediate end to this violent incursion. We also pray for those who have lost their lives in the fight for freedom and a call for restraint against domineering and aggressive leadership with evil intentions, and an immediate turn from war toward peace, justice, and freedom. God always hears the cries of the innocent sufferers and the righteous. We especially pray for our own leaders, that they find the wisdom, the courage, and the resolve to do the right thing, to do the American people's will, but more importantly, to do God's will, and not just to serve their own self-interests. And finally, Lord, please keep blessing the important and vital work of Matt, Mercy, and all those who work so hard for ACU and ACU CPAC, advancing peace, prosperity, the sovereignty of the individual, and freedom both at home and abroad. Also bless all our colleagues and partners in this effort as we are trying desperately with everything we have to save our country from tyranny. Let freedom ring. And may God's grace shine upon us all. In our Lord's name, amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome co-host of CPAC Now, Mercedes Schlapp.
morning, CPAC. Can you believe it? You made it to day 4. Okay, how great was it last night? I don't know, but it sounds to me like someone may be running for president in 2024. Is that what you felt too? I gotta tell you, I think it was the most forward-leaning speech that I've seen so far of the president, looking like if he's gonna announce for 2024, but we'll see. But anyways, we are not done. This is gonna be a spectacular day with some of the greatest doctors who've been fighting the fight against COVID misinformation. We've got a great panel that we're gonna also be talking about with former Trump ambassadors. It's just, we are not done. And let me tell you, we're also not done because this is just the beginning. This is the beginning of your journey of taking back everything you've learned, all the friends and connections that you've made to be empowered and emboldened to do great things. Because that is what God has asked you to do, right? And so be the light in this darkness right now. And remember, be inspired, but take action. Whether you're 15 years old, whether you're 80 years old, we all have a role. And we're all expected to do great things in our families, in our communities, and in our country. So I want to thank you all so much. This has been a spectacular journey for us, and we're so thrilled that we get to meet such wonderful patriots every single day while we're here. And please stay connected to us because this is just the beginning. So thank you all. God bless, and let's get started.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is The Moron in Chief, a series of curated speeches. Please welcome the Heritage Foundation's James Carafano.
At the height of World War II, the Army Chief of Staff, the architect of victory, George C. Marshall, turned to his aide and said, "I have a secret and dangerous mission. Get me a West Point football player." Well, look, I went to West Point, so I told these CPAC guys, I said, "Hey, give me the tough one. Give me the really hard panel. Give me the ugly, controversial, everybody's gonna yell and boo. Give me that one." And so what do I get? I get the panel on, is Joe Biden doing a good job as president? Well, look, there are two kinds of presidents. There are people who come to office and look at that as a place of power, to seize authority and control, to transform the country in the way they want, and to try to never leave. And then there are people who come to office who believe that they have one job, that they have been given a trust by the people to help keep them free and safe and prosperous. But, things never go as planned. As they say, no plan survives contact with the enemy. And when things go wrong and times get tough, it is a moment of choosing. And one will choose, how can I keep my political agenda on course? How can I go back to doing the things that I want to do? And the other will say, I have to take care of Americans. And so regardless of what I thought I wanted to do when I got into office, my priority has to be, how can I ensure that Americans are safe? How can I preserve their freedom? And how can I help them prosper? So the question is, what kind of president do we have? Ladies and gentlemen, I bring to you the CPAC Suicide Squad. This is The panel that has armor plating and they are loaded for bear to talk about everything that's going wrong in this country, from the border to foreign policy, to your checkbooks, to your school boards. You could not ask for smarter, better, more passionate, more patriotic Americans. You are the luckiest people in America right now because you get to talk to them. So please join me in welcoming the first person on our panel. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from Colorado, Representative Lauren Boebert.
People who love America. I work in Washington, D.C., and that's not something that we see all the time. I am from the mountains of Colorado, and I love you all so much. There is a sad reality right now that we are facing in our country. We have a resident in the White House who has embarrassed our country. He has let down the American people. He has weakened our dollar. Y'all paying the prices for that inflation? I sure am. I think the bill has come due for these terrible Democrat policies, and everyone is paying for them now. He has emboldened the cartel, enriching them millions of dollars a day in human trafficking, gun smuggling, drug smuggling, enough fentanyl in America to kill every person 7 times over. The only thing that inflation hasn't touched is heroin, because the prices of that, if you're keeping track, are down. There's so much fentanyl in our country now. And the only supply chain that isn't broken is the southern border. What a shame. He has fired our energy workers while we beg OPEC instead of relying on the American roughneck. Also, Putin can get a paycheck. You know, I wonder if 10% of that's going to the big guy. There is so much corruption right now in this regime. But let's talk about the southern border. Let's talk about the children who have been trafficked. I've seen them alone and abandoned and confused, locked in Obama's cages. I have seen the young girls with Plan B shoved in their backpacks, given to them by their mothers because they expect them to be sexually assaulted. It is shameful and immoral to signal to poor and desperate people to make this journey and cross into our country illegally, and then we'll take care of you with our hard-earned tax dollars. Ask California how that's working out for them. And then, of course, Biden wanted to give all illegals $450,000 tax-free paychecks for being separated at the border, for breaking our laws. And he didn't stop there. No, they're still wanting to give nonprofit agencies millions of dollars for legal counsel so that these people do not get deported from our country. Midnight flights, daytime flights, all throughout our country. Chain migration is taking place. Every state is now a border state. I've talked to the cartel. I have not talked to the cartel. I'd like to talk to the cartel. I'd like to tell them a thing or two. I've talked to the Border Patrol agents who go home each and every day defeated and demoralized because they are able to do the job that they swore to do, to serve and protect our country. The policies don't allow them to do that. So now we need to do something about it. We need to take action. It's no surprise that the world is dark right now. God told us that darkness would fill the earth, and deep darkness the people. Ignorance, deception. But arise and shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord is risen upon you. So let's get back to the basics. Let's not hide our light under a bushel. Let's shine bright. Shine bright the goodness of God. People will be drawn to that rising. They will look to you, that calling that is on the inside of you, that gift that God has placed in you. And they will say, surely God has done great and mighty things for his people. If you look to Moses, he stood at the edge of the Red Sea. He thought it was over. The enemy was coming in behind him, closing in on him. He cried out to God, and God didn't say, oh, sorry, I missed you, Moses. I forgot about you. No, God said, what's in your hand? He said, tell the people to go forward. Now, we're not going to fix this by just electing people who call themselves Republicans. I've worked in Washington, D.C. a year now, and I've seen that that R for many stands for rollover. We need to elect America first, principled, righteous men and women who will lead this nation. We need more Freedom Caucus candidates elected to Congress. We need the Jim Jordans, the Andy Biggs, the Ron DeSantises. Yep, Florida, you have a Freedom Caucus governor, but even better than that, we will again have a Freedom Caucus president. There is one solution to all of this madness, to end this chaos. And this gentleman's exactly right. I know that you will accept nothing less. You will settle for nothing less than freedom. But the solution that I have put forward, the paperwork's already been filed. I have introduced articles of impeachment to impeach Joe Biden, impeach Kamala Harris, get Nancy Pelosi the heck out of there, and save our country. God bless you all. I'll see you next year.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from California, Representative Darrell Issa.
Good morning, conservatives. Well, they told me I have 7 minutes to talk about the failures of this president on foreign policy. So that's why I ran out. We all know they've managed to do more damage to our reputation around the world in 1 year than any other president in history. I served as an Army lieutenant under Jimmy Carter. We thought that was as bad as it could get, but it can get worse. In just 1 year, whether you go to the Pacific, or you go to the Atlantic, or you go to the Middle East. Now, just so you know, Antarctica is still safe, apparently. The Russians have not expanded there, even though they have a base. But everywhere else, our enemies have tested this president and found him to be weak. Now, I could use this 7 minutes for a lot of things, but I think we'll just keep it simple. The title of this segment is The Moron in Chief. And I want to dispel that to you.
He is not a moron. He is not so doddering that he can't figure out what he's doing. It's worse. This administration knows exactly what they're doing. This administration picked up exactly where the Obama-Biden administration left off. They know what they're doing. They're globalizing away American exceptionalism. They're globalizing away or passing away the baton of leadership that made America the leader of free people everywhere in the world. I'm a godfather to a Ukrainian, first-generation American. As an Orthodox Christian, I was selected because there aren't a lot of us, and for Eastern Orthodox, you got to find one to be godfather. On Tuesday night, I wasn't sure I was going to go to the State of the Union, but I know I have to be there. I have to be there with a Ukrainian flag. I have to be there to stand in solidarity to free people. One advantage of having been a soldier under Jimmy Carter is I also was a captain under Ronald Reagan. I will tell you, we know the policies that, and on this stage last night, President Trump said it very well. It's no accident that up until he came in, we had given away pieces of freedom around the world, and during his 4 years, we lost none. And now, in just 1 year, we've lost it again. Why Crimea disappeared under a previous administration, and then other parts disappeared under Obama-Biden, and now we, of course, are losing Ukraine over the brave fighting of the Ukrainian people. The fact is, Ronald Reagan summarized it better than anyone else, and all of us have to understand our conservative views on foreign policy. We seek no war. But like Ronald Reagan knew and said, in his lifetime there had been 4 great wars. None of them were caused by America being too strong. All of them were caused by the enemies of freedom thinking we were weak enough that they could challenge us. Peace through strength is the only policy that has worked in our lifetime. President Trump was correct when he said he would not seek or start wars and he would end them. And others in both parties have been less able to see that. But Reagan started no wars, unless you include rescuing some kids in Grenada. He ended the whole idea that you could start a war against the United States and win. We need to return to that. We also need to return to a foreign policy that doesn't say, if you take a country, we will fine you for a time. Because what's a sanction? It's just a fine. Now, look, I'm not a football player or a hockey player, but I know one thing. If all you have is a fine or a timeout, it's a question of how many fouls you will commit in order to win the game. That is what Putin has studied and is doing. We must create a situation in which you are out of the game, like Saddam was. You are out of the game if you violate that. Now, that threat requires all of us as Americans to look dead in the eye of our enemies and say, we are never so war-weary that we will let a free people, like the people of Ukraine or the people of Taiwan, be swallowed up by a dictatorship. It is only that resolution that will make sure we do not have to do it. China will not invade Taiwan if they know the price they pay will be the price of ultimate defeat of their leadership and their country and their control of the vast country of China. Putin will only stop his aggression, and he has not stopped. He is still going and will continue to go. His aggression will only stop when we make it clear that if he does not back off, he will lose power. I want to be respectful of the time, so I want you to take just one thing with you out of here today. This completely failed foreign policy around the world. Go out and tell people, we know it's not an accident. You cannot make that many accidents by accident. You can only do what he is doing deliberately. He is reversing the tradition of Reagan and Trump that made America respected around the world, made us free, and helped us free the rest of the world. Thank you, and God bless.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from Pennsylvania, Representative Mike Kelly.
Good morning. It's good to see you all up. I don't know how many of you went to early mass, but thank you for making this your second stop. We also want to take a moment to thank the Schlaps for what they do. This movement is so key to our future. And we talk an awful lot about the history and what's gone on in the past and what America's faced before and how she was able to get through it. And these truly are the times that try men's souls. And we know what's going on right now. And when you watch what's happening in Ukraine, you've got to think to yourself, this is absolutely horrible. But just remember this, while we're watching what happens in Ukraine, China is working from the other side. The next thing what we will do is write a letter to China and say, please don't do mean things in Taiwan. We just wish you wouldn't do those things to us. The other thing I just point out to you, and the whole world's watching, our Western Hemisphere is under great attack. And I find nobody talking about it. South America, Central America, the Triangle. Let's not forget the deep water ports in Cuba. And let's look at both ends of the Panama Canal and see who has a major presence there. And then let's go to Africa and see what's happening over there, China. And if we think the only problem we have right now on our schedule is Ukraine, we are sadly mistaken. Now, I know that we're here because the last 13 months have been an absolutely disaster for all of us. I'm an automobile dealer, and I would have loved to stay in that business except for one thing. The Obama administration said, you know what, we're going to take away that one franchise from you. And I said, wait a minute, you have nothing to do with my franchises. I'm a General Motors dealer. That's a Cadillac franchise. You don't have any right to take it. They took it anyways. My choice was to go and fight it or just to go ahead and cave in. I fought it, I won, and the next thing I knew, I ended up in Congress, not as a politician, but as a private citizen concerned about his country and about the future of our 10 grandchildren. So people are talking about inflation right now. And please tell me, can you look at any product or any service and try to figure out what is this rocket ship ride we're on to higher prices on almost everything and the lack of availability of almost everything? It is incredible. In 13 months, what this administration has been able to do. Wouldn't it be great if we could say, you know, this is just President Biden making poor decisions. But we know it isn't just President Biden. We know this is a whole movement, a movement of people who absolutely hate this country. They look at us at CPAC and they think, whoa, you guys are a joke. You guys are phony. You guys don't have any idea about what our real mission in life is. Yes, we do. That's why we show up in great numbers. That's why we show up right across the board. I was remarking backstage about the variation in the people who are here. We have very young people. And then we have senior citizens, of which I'm part of. But it does come down to this. Why are you here? Are there issues that are bothering us? Yes, of course there's issues that are bothering us. We see the pain at the pump. Where I'm from, a lot of people, their source of energy is propane gas. And people say, what is that? I said, well, some of you think it's that little canister you'd use when you grill in the summertime. For us, it's much bigger, and it heats homes, and we cook our food that way and everything. That has gone up over 50-some%. And it's not because there's a lack of propane. But it suggests that when we look at what's going on with the amount of money that has been printed, and if we wonder about inflation, could it possibly be because the dollar is worth so much less? And if you didn't know it was our treasury, you would swear there were counterfeiters that were flooding the market with this. The inflation is here. It's not transitory. It's permanent. We see no reason for it to change. When we shut down our Keystone Pipeline and then ask the bad actors around the world, would you please make up for what we turned off on ourselves? And by the way, whatever price you put on it, please, 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 just send it to us. We will buy it. And you can use the money we send you to build your military. What a fool's errand this president has been on. Well, I told you I have 10 grandchildren, which I had nothing to do with. My wife started it, but then the kids went on their own. And I think a lot of you understand how that works. So, and it's a good thing. It's a good thing. But we really are at a point in our history where patriots have to show up in great numbers. Patriots. So Thomas Paine made that suggestion back in 1776 when our Revolutionary War was at its worst, when General Washington had just lost New York City and his men were deserting him because it was near the end of the year and their contracts were running out. But Paine comes out with an incredible thing, and he says this is the sunshine patriots and the summer soldiers will shrink from their responsibility in this crisis. You are the winter warriors. You are the winter patriots. You are the true heart of America. You are the ones who will fight to the very end because you know it's the right thing to do. Let me leave you with this idea. And for most of us that have played athletics, we know the difference between winning and losing is 1 point. 1 point. What does that require of us? I would just ask you, for you're here this weekend, never take a day off, never take a playoff, because every day may be the last day you have to make a difference, and every play may be the last play you can run that you can win the game. So please, let's stay together as Americans. Let's make sure that we watch out not only for our children's future, but our future. God bless you, CPAC. I'll see you next year. Let's go win. Let's go win.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former NFL football player Jack Brewer.
Glory to God. I came armed with my sword. Can you guys hear me from here? I'm going to start out in 1 Timothy, 2nd chapter. Therefore, I exhort for all in supplication, prayers, intercessions, and giving thanks, be made for all men, for kings. I'm going to put in presidents, and all who are in authority, that we may be leading a quiet and peaceable life in all godliness and reverence, for this is good and acceptable in the sight of God our Savior, who desires all men to be saved and to come to knowledge of the truth. For there is one God and one mediator between God and men, the man Christ Jesus, who gave himself a ransom for all, to be testified in due time, for which I was appointed a preacher and an apostle. I'm speaking the truth in Christ and not lying, a teacher of the Gentiles in faith and in truth. And God put me right here today. My president is not a moron. He's my president. I need to pray for him, We as Christians need to lift him up. The family in our nation right now is hurting, ladies and gentlemen. And this should be a burden on us all. We can't point fingers and we can't name call anymore. We are conservative Christians. We must show the light of God through our words. When we speak, we must speak the oracles of God. When we walk in faith and not by sight, we must believe in what we are saying. Ladies and gentlemen, our country is hurting. We lead the world in fatherlessness. We have more fatherless children in our streets and in our communities than any country in the world. And what does that mean? It means that Christians are not doing our job. Not liberals, the word tells us they're gonna do what they're doing. We have to use the word of God as our truth, like Apostle Paul wrote. And how do we do that? How do we do that? Let's stop just talking about the problems and let's get the biblical solutions. We cannot fight these spiritual battles with flesh and blood. Do we claim to love this country? Do we want to just fight our battles in the flesh, or are we willing to have faith and fight these battles in the spirit? Men of God, every man in here stand up. Every man in here stand up. I'm going to claim right now in the mighty name of Jesus that every man in this room right now is going to take it upon himself to go in his communities and uplift the dads again. I don't care if you're white, black, green, or purple. Every child in the house that don't have a man there needs us all as men of God. We cannot see flesh anymore. Skin color is not in the Bible. It's not in the Bible. We are one blood in Christ Jesus' name. And for us to save this country, we have to save the family. And for us to save the family, we gotta save the father. And I'm not just talking about the father in the flesh. I'm talking about the father in the spirit. We need praying men again. We need praying men again. The White House that we have right now, we know it's not righteous. We see executive orders that are telling our boys they can be girls and our girls they can be boys. We watch sports now and we see that men are going against women, and that came through executive order. We gotta pray on that. We see that our prison system is full with men that just need a second chance. But this executive order, what did it do? It took away private prisons. When private prisons were some of the most effective in our country, rehabilitating. I tell you what, taking away private prisons is like taking away private schools or private hospitals for men just like this. You see these men sitting right here today? Stand up, Mike. This man served his country as a Marine in Afghanistan, taking on bombs. He left the Marines and made a mistake, got put in prison, did a year in the prison, right, Mike? But what did he do? He had a dog named Rayco. Went to a private prison, and guess what the private prison did? It didn't just rehabilitate him, it helped get him back with his dog Rayco that was putting their life on the line for this country. Men of God, it's time to stand up. Women demand it. Our country is hurting. 71% of our kids that drop out of high school are fatherless. You hear me? We talk about mental health. Majority of mental health, you're 3.5 times more likely to have a mental health issue if you're fatherless. It's the burden on this nation. It's staining our nation. It's staining the spirituality of our nation. But we can't just keep talking about it. And we can't keep bashing our president. We must lift him up because he is facing a spiritual battle. He doesn't know who he is. He doesn't know where he's at. We can't laugh at him anymore. We got to replace our laughter with prayer. Because Christ is looking down upon us and he's waiting for the saints to come marching in. He's waiting for every one of you in here who says and knows that you know the Lord Jesus Christ to do what he told us to do. We see the people in Ukraine. The world is seeing what a true leader does. Because I can tell you right now, I want to get on a plane and go over there. But I'm going to tell you one thing. Spiritually, let's think about this. If that was any other man declaring war, going into countries, taking them over like that, what would we declare him? A terrorist. Putin is not just a warmonger. Putin is a terrorist. And I can tell you right now, if he was from a black country or a Muslim country or had a different skin tone like me, we would all declare him a terrorist. And so spiritually think about what I just said to you. Spiritually think about what I just said to you. Pray on it. So when you see Black Lives Matter, when you see all these people up in arms and tearing our country up, understand that they're hurting too. Before we bash them, let's pray for them and let's pray for this nation. God bless you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from the Buck Sexton Show, Buck Sexton.
Start the countdown clock right away. I know it's Sunday morning. I know you've been here for 4 days. I'm going to try to cover one of the most important and I think in-depth topics or worthy of an in-depth conversation. I'm going to do it in less than 7 minutes. The deep state. Before I get there, though, I have a quick anecdote to share with you. So I'm on my way to the airport, and I'm thinking about what I'm going to talk about in this speech. And you know, sometimes you have, this is classic New York Times editorial page. I was talking to my cab driver in Dubai, but I'm talking to my cab driver. And he looks at me, he looks back at me in the mirror, and he goes, "Are you the man from the Fox News?" And I said, "Actually, sir, I'm from the Clay Travis and Buck Sexton show, radio show, but I do a fair amount of Fox. Thank you, thank you." So he's looking at me and he's like, "You are very good." I said, "Well, you have excellent taste." He says, "Do you think President Trump is going to run again?" I said, "I am basically certain President Trump will run again." And he says, because I spoke to him a few days ago, you may have seen that interview. It kind of melted the internet for about 24 hours because the fake news was being very fake about what the former president said. So he's looking at me and he says, "What you're doing is very important. It's very necessary for the country right now. I'm a legal immigrant to this country. You stay strong on the border." And as I'm about to get out of the cab, about to leave, I said, "Sir, thank you so much. Got to run to my flight now." And he goes, "Thank you so much. Today is a great day. Today is the day I go home and tell my wife I finally meet Tucker Carlson." I say to him, "My friend, anytime you show up at the studio, personal tour, I've got you covered. Bring friends." Just kidding, Tucker, I swear. So the deep state, I have a few minutes. Why do I want to talk to you about the deep state? We've had all these discussions about foreign policy, national security challenges. Here's the problem. You know how the universities, Hollywood, journalism, law schools, go down the list. You know how they always come out with the same left-wing ideas and agenda from the very top? Because there's effectively been an infiltration of leftist ideology in every institution of power in the country. That's what's actually happened. I come from a CIA analyst background, so I saw some of this myself when I was serving the government, writing memos, making lattes, stuff like that. And here's the issue. You can't actually have sound foreign policy. You can't actually have anyone who is a check on power from within the executive branch if you have ideologues running it. The permanent bureaucracy, the fourth branch of government. Who is telling Joe Biden right now, do you think, from within the foreign policy establishment, sir, please go after the Russian energy apparatus, go after the Russian economy in a way that will actually hurt right away? Maybe they've started to push more in that direction, but they're not going to tell him, why are you such a buffoon who tried to let them get Nord Stream 2? And why didn't you listen to Trump when he was sitting down explaining exactly what the problem was going to be that NATO faced from its reliance on energy coming out of Russia? So you don't have honesty there, and then you have, beyond the lack of willingness to speak truth to power, which is going to be a huge problem you see playing out, not just in Ukraine, China, Taiwan. You know, there's an Iran nuclear deal that's being negotiated right now. The people within the top range of the government apparatus who are looking at that Iran nuclear deal, who are talking about or telling the president, telling his top advisors and his advisors what should be done here, some of them were actually either involved in or big cheerleaders for the Russia collusion hoax. So when we talk about the deep state, understand that not only does it remain as an enormous challenge to sound foreign policy making, but it's also a weapon against conservatives and against Republicans that never gets elected out of office, that never gets kicked out, that always is there. So this is a problem that people don't really like to think about. On the right, I think we have this sense that if we just ignore it, it will go away. Every Republican running for office should know about this. Everyone in office should be thinking about it. The moment that any of these federal bureaucracies step out of line, there should be immediate action taken to try to correct it. I think there is a bit of a turning point right now. And the turning point is, see, I refer to it often, not even as the deep state. If I had more time, we would talk about the Turkish deep state, the Derin Devlet. There's all these different deep states around the world. I call it the apparatus, and that's a specific reference that's meant to evoke the Soviet apparatus. Because I think now more than ever, when you add two things together, you see what control by the left at the top level of the federal government actually means. The Russia collusion hoax, for which really no one has paid any price, essentially a coup from within the government that almost succeeded, I would add. And then what I call the Fauciite apparatus, which has ruined how many lives, businesses, taken away how much freedom. This is all from within the government that you don't actually elect. This is all people who are making decisions and using power that was not given to them by the people in any meaningful sense. So my exhortation, if I can, because Jim Carafano told me I have to stay on time or else no soup for me. Republicans need to think deeply about this going forward. The people need to understand the challenges inherent in a system like the apparatus, where the leftists are in charge and calling all of the shots. And there needs to be reform, a house cleaning within the federal bureaucracy, particularly on the foreign policy side, that will deal with the fact that there is no accountability and there's no way that people will see this change until there is. And with that, check out the Buck Sexton Show podcast, and thank you so much. Good to see you all.
Was that awesome? You have just seen the modern face of the conservative movement. You know, in the old days, we had fiscal conservatives, and we had, evangelical and religious conservatives, and we had national security conservatives. The conservative movement was like this buffet table, right? You walk in and you say, give me a slice of pro-life, and a side of low taxes, and I'm full, really, I'm done, right? Look, that has to stop. What you heard here today was all the issues that affect all of us. And the lesson today is we have to care about all of them. We have to be George Marshall's West Point football player. We have to be ready for this not so secret, but very dangerous mission of bringing this country back. Thanks. So I was just an old Army guy. They taught us three things because they knew that's pretty much all we could handle. Be no, do. We have to leave here today, and it starts today, to go out and not just know what's wrong, not just know what's right, but to go out there and with our fellow Americans, do what's right. So it starts today, and these people here have inspired you and told you what you need to do. So go forth and be great. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from Fox Business, Larry Kudlow.
Thank you. I appreciate it very much. Very kind. Early in the morning. Are we all awake? Yeah, good. Good. We have work to do. We have much work to do. So thanks for having to Match Slap. Thanks to Mercy Slap. Thanks to CPAC. It's a great pleasure to be here again. Thanks to you out there in the audience. Thanks for being my pal. I appreciate that too. I want to say a bunch of things. As you know, I was an economic advisor to President Trump. I thought my former boss did a pretty good job last night. And I do want to say it was the job of a lifetime. It was a great honor to serve. 3 years, I got out of the White House, subpoena free, and I got a new job with Fox Business. So I hope you watch our show. It's called Kudlow. Here's the thing. We have adopted a mantra, I have adopted a mantra for the show, but for everything. And it's called Save America. That is what I want to talk to you about today. Save America. In 1 year, Joe Biden has taken an excellent economy and a strong border and a strong world national security position and energy independence, and he has run it into the ground in a year. In a year. It's not an easy thing to do, but he's done it in a year, and it is remarkable. Now look, just a word about Ukraine and Putin. I'm not going to go into the military or the diplomatic side. But I just want to say one thing, because it's an energy story. It's a very important energy story. To quote John McCain, the late John McCain, Senator McCain was a friend of mine, Russia is an old gas station masquerading as a legitimate country. That's all it is. It's an old gas station. All they do is produce oil and gas. When prices go up, Putin makes money, and he becomes, an adventurist. The Soviet Empire, the Tsarist Empire, rip apart NATO. When oil prices go down, you don't hear from them. Just a little bit of history. In 2008, oil prices got to $150 a barrel, $150. Putin used those profits and took over Georgia. Okay? He just did it, and nobody stopped him. Then oil prices simmered down for a while, but in 2014, oil prices got back to $100 a barrel, and Putin used his profits and took over Crimea. And nobody did a thing about it. Then comes the fracking revolution, greatest industry in the world, fracking, horizontal drilling, oil and gas production, energy independence under President Trump, who just said to the frackers, Just take a rip at the ball. Just do what you can. Get us the most energy at the cheapest prices, and they did. You didn't hear from Putin. There was no Putin. Then, in the last year, the price of oil goes up from more or less $40, $50 a barrel back to $100 a barrel, and Putin is back. The guy made $85 billion in profits because of the wet blanket that Biden threw over our whole fossil fuel industry. Price went to $100, and Putin made about $85 billion, and now look what he's doing in Ukraine. And if it stays high or goes higher, he will stop at Ukraine. He will go into Lithuania. That is his next stop. He wants to tear NATO into two. He wants to tear the European Union. Most of all, he wants to tear down the United States. And we can't let him do that. We can't let him do that. Now, I could do a whole riff. I'll give you a whole riff about the economics of sanctions and the SWIFT. The SWIFT system is good, it's okay, but it's an information system, it's not a payment system. We just have, you got to put sanctions on all the Russian banks, including the energy banks, and then we will set up secondary sanctions, and that will stop their payment system. You have to set up sanctions on the central bank. SWIFT is not money, SWIFT is not payments, it's information. It's the old telex system. Now we're getting around to it, I guess, I don't know. But we're going to have to clamp down on the energy banks and all the banks. But really, really, if Joe Biden had foresight and understanding at his news conference on Thursday, he would have said to our energy industry, open the spigots, open the spigots. Get up to 13 million barrels a day and 14 million barrels a day and 15 million barrels a day and get our LNG export industry rolling. We can take up this. We have so much spare capacity. We don't, Europe doesn't need, when I was in office with O'Brien and Mnuchin, you heard from O'Brien, my dear friend, we sold LNG exports to Europe. And they gobbled it up. Germany was too dumb to do it. But the old Eastern European countries were smart to do it. They got it. I said, we're going to do it for you because we make the cleanest LNG, the cleanest and the cheapest, frankly. But we don't want you to have to rely on Russia because Russia is not your friend. It is not your friend. Europe is now once again learning Russia is not your friend. That's what we begged them to do. Some did, most did not. Now they're paying for it. I'm just saying this. Sanctions are fine, but we have to produce. We have to drill. You've got this woman, Jennifer Granholm, is the energy secretary. She's wholly owned by the United Auto Workers. She knows nothing about energy. She is sitting on 6 LNG export applications right now, sitting on them, and she will not put them through. 4 of them would go right to Europe. It is exactly the wrong signal. You have this Interior Department is frozen all leases, sales, and drilling projects on federal lands. Frozen, everything, over a battle about something called the social cost of carbon, which is utter nonsense. So Biden could have said, but let me rephrase that. Trump would have said Thursday, I am ordering my energy secretary to accept and authorize these LNG export applications. I am ordering my interior secretary to open up all federal lands to drilling and production. And I will encourage our great fossil fuel industry to open the spigots make as much money as you can, hire as many workers as you will, pay them high wages as you must. And that's how we will defeat Putin and Russia. That's what Trump would have done. That's what Trump would have done. So I'm just saying, Biden, gets up there and he says, oh, I don't want the oil and gas companies to make excess profits. And I pulled my hair out. I said, no, wrong message. Now, let me move on. For many, many months on our program, we talked about Save America, Kill the Bill. Save America, Kill the Bill. And actually, much to my surprise, with the help of a lot of people, including House and Senate members and a grand coalition, we killed the bill. Okay? We killed the bill. Maybe not forever. We didn't kill all the bills. There are other bills coming, but we'll try to kill those bills too. I want to say kill the bill, and then I want to say Save America, Kill inflation. And the two are very closely related. It is the federal spending, which is deficit spending, and the Federal Reserve buys the debt and produces an outrageous volume of new money supply that is causing this inflation, which is 7.5% consumer prices, 10% wholesale prices, 11% import prices, and shows no sign. It's not going to go away. We're going to have this for quite some time. So, kill the bill, kill all the bills, and kill inflation while you're at it. Save America, end the fossil fuel jihad. Save America, end the fossil fuel jihad. Save America, close the border. Catch and deport, remain in Mexico, finish the wall. This is not hard. This is not hard. Stop the sex trafficking, stop the drug trafficking, stop the criminalization, stop landing illegals in airports around the country in the dead of night where even the local authorities don't know. Stop it. All right, this is not hard. I worked for a guy, it was about a year and a half ago, so did Mercy, so did some others in this room. I worked for a guy who was doing that. Those policies must be repeated, reinstituted. This is not hard. This is not hard. Save America. Let the parents run the schools. Save America. Stop teaching racially divisive critical race theory. Stop teaching woke in the schools. Parents are not domestic terrorists, parents are parents. Parents are parents. Bless the parents. Support the parents. That's how we will save America. Save America, back the cops. Back the cops. Democrats have become the party that hates cops. They want to defund the police. In New York, we have no bail, no jail. Homicide rates are exploding around the country. We need more cops, smarter cops, more money, better district attorneys. We need some good common sense, you know. Safety and security is in some sense, I'm an old Reagan Laffer supply sider. It's like a tax cut. If you have an outbreak of crime like we've had across the country, all these big cities, record homicide rates, all run by Democrat mayors and Democrat governors. It's really too bad. So what does that do? A, you move out. Or if you're there, you don't go outside. Or if your business got closed because of a riot where nobody was busted, you won't reopen the business. Or if you move there, you won't start a new business. In other words, high crime is like a tax increase. It stops economic development. Low crime and safety and security is like a tax cut. It promotes economic development. Save America, back the cops, save America, end the mandates. Save America, help the truck drivers, help the Freedom Convoy. Do you know 75%, roughly 75% of the goods transported throughout the American economy are transported by trucks. Trucks, thank you. Smart over there, very smart. High marks. 75%, that's a big number. More than airplanes, more than railroads, trucks. So cut them some slack. Cut them some slack. And by the way, we're sick of the mandates anyway because the science turns out they were all wrong in the first place. You know, it's sort of, I see this, we were talking with Matt and Mercy on the air on Friday night. The truckers and the parents and the oil and gas people and people who want to work but can't work because of all these crazy rules and mandates. I think there's a populist revolt going on in America. And I think that populist revolt is going to help save America, okay? It reminds me a bit, back in 2009, of the Tea Party revolt. It reminds me. And I'm going to kind of put them together. And it's a very good thing, and I think that revolt is going to save America. Save America, let's make the Trump tax cuts permanent. Save America. The lowest unemployment rates in 50 years, A, for the whole country, B, for blacks, C, for Hispanics, D, for Asians, E, for women. The tax cuts paid for themselves. We had a tremendous increase in average family incomes. Real wages shot up for the best in 20 years. Revenues came pouring in. The economy was booming. The inflation rate at the end was 1.5%. We cut taxes and inflation stayed down because more people were working. And we slashed regulations across the board. We cut red tape for small businesses, or the oil people, the oil and gas people. We cut red tape. Now, in 1 year, Joe Biden has increased federal regulations by $205 billion worth in 1 year. That's not an easy thing to do. I ran National Economic Council, all that stuff came up through my $200 billion worth of regulations in 1 year. Wow. Wow. That's because they can't get anything through in legislative, and the public hates their agenda, so they're doing it in the dead of night. $200 billion worth of regulation across the board. Across the board. Energy, banking, healthcare, trucking, you name it, they're regulating it. This is, to coin my friend Steve Forbes, to recoin Steve Forbes, this is modern socialism. Modern socialism. This is, you don't take over the factories, you don't actually take over the means of production like the 1930s. You use the regulatory state to take over the entire economy, to control the economy. That's what modern socialism. And Newt Gingrich is exactly right. This is big government socialism. That's what Biden is selling. That is not save America, that's kill America. But I want to save America and kill the bill. One guy who's not saving America right now is Joe Biden. Just a word. I've been in and out of politics for a very long time. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So I'm astonished at the polls, okay? I'm not a poll-driven guy. I tend to be more analytic and numbers-driven, but these polls, liberal polls, conservative polls, the country is not buying what Mr. Biden is selling. The country does not want a state-run economy. The country rejects a radical left-wing agenda. The country does not want critical race theory. The country does not believe America is bad. Okay, the country believes America is good. And I want to end on this point. These far-left people, with their climate changes to stop the economy, racial accusations, quotas, race quotas, gender quotas, skin quotas, in schools, out of schools, in businesses, out of business, let criminals free, raise taxes, regulate the economy, run the economy, don't give the fossil fuel people any loans, bank loans. The country is rejecting this. Every poll shows the country is rejecting this left-wing, radical, big government socialist agenda. The country is rejecting it. It's a very important point. If Biden's polls are in the 60s, I'd be worried. Biden polls are in the 30s, and he's a stock looking for a bottom. That makes me happy. You know, I'm the quintessential optimist, probably to a fault, but I love America. This country's been great to me. It's been wonderful. This country has given me opportunities that I never dreamed were possible. This is such a great country that in my own private life, I slipped and fell and got back up again, and the country let me go on. I wind up in the White House at the job of a lifetime with President Trump virtually every day and virtually every policy with some of the smartest people I know, many of whom are in this room. It's the greatest opportunity of my life. That's why I love America. I love America. The radical left, the socialist left, the racist left, they do not love America. They do not. And I say so outwardly. But we will win this. The polls are showing it. The mood is showing it. We did beat the bill. We did kill the bill. We will kill inflation. We will stop the tax hikes. We will reverse the regulatory state. We will eventually go back to producing oil and gas, doing what we do best. We will preserve families. We will preserve parents. We will preserve the cops. We will save America. The cavalry is coming. The cavalry is coming. And we will save America. Thank you.
biggest American money manager. Where are they investing your money? China, pouring in billions, propping up Chinese communist leaders, putting money into surveillance companies used by the Chinese military. Even left-wing billionaire George Soros knows BlackRock is harming U.S. national security. CEO Larry Fink loves to tell Americans how to live, but he negotiated against America, sucking up to China. BlackRock, taking your money, betting on China.
Coca-Cola is getting political, attacking Georgia's popular voting law. Why? To distract from years of dismal sales, terrible 2020 results, reports suspecting they benefited from forced labor. In China, Coca-Cola products are poisoning America's youth and worsening the obesity epidemic. So the company tried funding phony science to minimize the harms, but they got busted. James Quincy, Coca-Cola. Stop poisoning our children. Serve your customers, not woke politicians. Nike is constantly political. Why? Cover. Congressional reports suspect Nike used forced labor in China. Religious minorities were ripped from their families, sterilized, sold to factories. Nike made shoes in those same areas. Congress tried to ban Nike's labor practices. Nike fought back with highly paid lobbyists. Rather than hiring Americans, Nike chose China. John Donahoe, Nike. Stop exploiting foreign labor. Serve your customers, not woke politicians.
Larry Fink just admitted it. He only pretended to be woke, a total phony. Fink used the last recession to build BlackRock. He preaches environmentalism while tearing down the Amazon rainforest. Now he's selling us out to China.
Markets like actually totalitarian governments.
Praising President Xi and propping up the communists. Fink even invested in Chinese military companies. Don't buy Fink's woke propaganda. He's taking your money and betting on China.
Everything that's reported on television isn't always true, but it should be. NTD, the power of truth. Now available 24/7 on television and streaming platforms.
We the people are back.
This corridor is more than an energy project. It's an attack the weak against the strong. Freedom of speech is under attack.
We as conservatives have ultimate faith in people.
In here, no one tells us what to think. This is Bethlehem, the birthplace of Jesus.
Give it to God. He is doing this for a reason.
There is a way to find justice.
Has anyone told you look like Joe Exotic?
Hands on top of your head.
Good or bad, I'm not gonna let anyone take my glory.
Daytona is a place where magic can happen.
At home with me, Paula Dean.
I'm Waters, and this is my world right here.
The future for all freedom-loving people.
I think the best way you can thank me for being a veteran is be a good American.
If somebody can listen to this story and not immediately agree that that's the mark of a hero, I don't know what else I could say.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
Take on the world. We're gonna take on the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Wins, Losses, and Lessons with former Notre Dame football coach Lou Holtz and CPAC chairman Matt Schlapp.
Well, we've had a lot of politicians on this stage. Now we got a true legend.
I'm just a simple individual trying to stay ahead of the posse. Nothing more than that.
Go Irish.
Amen.
Okay, you know I'm partial to that. I even wore my tie, okay? Come on. You're a great American success story. You are what this country's all about. You came from pretty humble beginnings. You had this fantastic career. Give us a little indication of how you feel about where things are in your country.
Well, first of all, I was born during the Depression. My father had a third-grade education. I was born in a cellar by Dr. McGraw, not in a hospital. We had one bedroom for my sister, myself, and my parents, a kitchen, half bath. Half bath did not have a tub, a shower, sink. Lived there for 7.5 years, no welfare, no food stamps, no safety net, but I was born with a silver spoon because I was born in this country. And I was taught that if I'm willing to make good choices, whatever happens to me in my life would be because of choices I make. You choose to do drugs, jump out of school, join a gang, get tattoos from head to bottom, get arrested. You choose to have difficulty in life and stop blaming my ass because you made bad choices. Now, wait. I use 3 words of profanity, hell, ass, and damn, and they're all in the Bible, so I feel I'm okay with that.
You know the media's here. Do you realize this is being covered around the world?
That's their problem. You didn't invite me here to be anybody except me, and that's all I'm going to do. I'm the only person that impersonates myself well at all, so I'm just going to be me.
So we were always taught to be optimistic, that tomorrow was going to be better than today, that our kids were going to have it better than we had it, that our grandkids are going to have it better. Do you feel like we got to a kind of a bottom period and we're starting to turn it around and people are waking up to these crazy policies?
Well, I've seen so many changes in this country, and like COVID, as I say to the government, I hope you'd listen to me, please don't keep me alive by keeping me from living. Let me go on and live my life. That's all I want to do. Let me be myself. But I think if we will continue, and I say this, it's not complicated. I went to school basically to eat my lunch, no other reason. But there's 3 things. If you do the right thing, people are going to trust you. You do everything to the best of your ability, they're going to know you committed excellence, and show people you care. Genuinely caring about other people is critical. And those are the only 3 rules you have to follow, and you'll always make good choices. Why have we gone down the wrong road? Because we have a problem now. I'm old enough to remember when the Democrats and the Republicans did not have a problem. We had a disagreement. We both wanted to keep the country safe. We both wanted to give the people a chance to be successful. Now, we have a problem because the Democrats want to stay in power at all costs, and I would like to think the Republicans still want people to be successful and keep you safe. And everybody should have the same opportunity to succeed. We talk about racial, et cetera. Everybody should have as good a chance to succeed as I do. When I heard a lady on TV say, my 6-year-old daughter came home and said, Mom, am I evil because I'm white? That's wrong. The same thing if a girl came home and said to her mom, Mom, am I evil because I'm black? Let's get rid of all the racial thing and let's start treating people the right way, predicated upon what they do, as Martin Luther King said, based on your integrity and character.
How did it happen that coaches, teachers, cops, the military, all these people that have these critical jobs and keeping us safe and keeping society safe, how did they get to be the bad guys in the eyes of all these people that are pushing this kind of socialist dogma on everyone?
Well, it's just the one thing I was taught at home and reinforced in the school, and my parents hammered this home, I should have respect for elders, for my parents, for teachers, for policemen, and that respect would be reinforced in the schools. It's not any longer. We have an obligation. You can't respect somebody else if you don't have respect for yourself. When people don't have respect for themselves, they're going to bitch and moan about everybody and try to change everything without any real consensus. What made this country great was accountability. And this country is super, but there's no guarantee you'll succeed. You should have a guarantee to have an opportunity to succeed or fail, but whether you're going to do it or not is going to be because your decisions you make and not because some government decides you should win and you should lose. That's not right.
That's right. So when we read about your life and we hear about your life, you talked about some people would have said you grew up in poverty. You wouldn't have probably said it at the time.
No,
we didn't have much.
We always had plenty to eat, because every time I asked for seconds, my dad would say, no, you had plenty. So I always felt we were good about that. But, you know, the one thing about it, I'm an old man. My birthday candles cost more than the cake, and that tells you something. But the one thing I've learned, and I lost my wife of 59 years 2 years ago, and that's been difficult to overcome. But we're always going to have problems, we're always going to have difficulties, we're always going to have obstacles. You're never going to reach the point where you say, boy, I don't have any problems. You always have it. Life is not living without problems. Life is being able to handle the problems, and let's make sure we understand where we're going and how we're trying to get there, and let's do it the right and honest and fair way, period.
But part of this also is, as much as you are a disciplined person, you make that very clear in your writings, you're a disciplined person, you try to make the right choices, you talked about making the right choices. How much of it also is that you know that God plays a role in your life as well?
Well, I think the Founding Fathers said that for this country to succeed, we have to have an understanding of what's right and wrong, and the citizens have to do what's right and wrong. I came back last night and my car was stolen. It was stolen. That's not right. Now, I think they stole it because of the bumper sticker. I hope it didn't.
Did it say Trump?
No, the bumper sticker said, Jesus loves you. Everybody else thinks you're an asshole. But you get the thing. That's his life. It's his life. They stole my car. But you move on with it. You know, you have to look at the situation and say, here's where I am. What are my possible opportunities to succeed? And what gives me the best chance? This country is so great when we turn loose the power of people and stop trying to intimidate everybody and judging everybody whether you're right or wrong. There used to be a time where you worked hard and you brought home a paycheck and you raised a family. That was the American hero that did that. Yeah. And I've done a lot of things in my life, but I want to tell you the most important thing in my life was my obligation as a husband and a father. I don't care what you do in this world. If you don't succeed as a husband and father, you failed life. Let's keep our priorities the right way. You bring a child in the world, you have an obligation to prepare that child for life.
That's right. That's totally right. Obviously, we can't not talk a little sports with you at CPAC, and I want to warn you, there's a Hurricanes fan right over your shoulder. But
I'll use small words.
Okay. And he's not a convict, don't worry.
No, that bothered me when they said it Catholics versus convicts, because not all our team was Catholic. That was fair. But what were you going to ask me?
I was going to ask you, but I fumbled, because you keep saying these words and you're making me forget. But the pro sports, the woke aspect of pro sports, putting political slogans on helmets, on shoes, glorifying things that are contrary to our values. Ennis Freedom was invited to be on this stage. 72 hours later, he lost his contract. Michelle Tafoya came out here and talked about, we got to get the politics out of sports. Can't we just go back to somebody wins, somebody loses on the field?
Well, and I visited with Marcus Freeman, the new coach of Notre Dame, came down last Sunday and spent the whole day with me. And as I told Marcus then, the one thing I told our football team, we will not use our football team to promote any cause. We aren't going to use it to promote abortion or anything else. We're going to use it to promote Notre Dame and Notre Dame football, period. Now, if you want to do that as an individual, God bless you, but you aren't going to use our platform in order to promote your own cause. That's not the way we do things. And the other thing, we always, with athletes today, we lose sight of what's going on, what's really important. Is our athletes would vote at the beginning of the year whether they want to go to a bowl game or not. You vote now whether you want to go to, with me making all the choices. It bothers me when somebody gets to a bowl game and says, well, I don't care about my teammates any longer. I'm not going to play because it's in my best interest. The great thing about life is the contribution you make to other people. And we can't do anything in this world by ourselves, but we have to have a love and an understanding and realize that everybody has problems, everybody has difficulty, but what right does politics have to come into athletics? That's not the way it should be.
Yeah, that's right.
Everything in athletics doesn't matter about your race, your color, your background. It's based on whether you can succeed or not on the field or on the court. And that's the way it should be, and it shouldn't be about politics at all.
That's right. The other thing that was interesting, I remember when you were coaching, is not everybody got their name on the back of the jersey. It wasn't about the individual player. Oh. It wasn't always about glorification of these talented athletes. You had to work as a team, else nothing was going to happen. Matter of fact, sometimes teams with the most outstanding athletes don't win a lot because they're hot dogs.
No, you're right there. And we took the names off the jersey because it said Notre Dame. You're playing for Notre Dame, not about yourself, and it's not about you. It's about us as a group, as an individual, coming together to try to create one common cause. As I say to the players, players come and go. Teammates last a lifetime. And what's a teammate? Somebody that genuinely cares about their teammate. When you walk in the rooms, your attitude, hey, here I am, look at me, it's all about me. Is your attitude, there you are, how can I help you? How can I be of assistance to you? And all we ever tried to do was create a family atmosphere. And there's 3 rules. Now, they built a statue of me at Notre Dame. I guess they need a place for the pigeons to land. I don't know. But what's important is on the pedestal, there's 3 words: trust, commitment, and love. That was the 3 rules we had. We're going to be able to trust one another. We can only do that when we do the right thing. We're going to be totally committed to excellence in everything we do. And we're going to care about one another. Yeah. Everybody got problem and difficulty. When we won the national championship, go to the White House that night, Bobby Satterfield died. Yeah. When I told the players that he died, one player passed out. Almost everybody cried real tears. If you're in that room, you couldn't tell Bobby Satterfield was white or black, offense, defense, scholarship or walk-on. What you can tell, we lost a teammate. Bobby Satterfield was a black defensive back from Los Angeles, 3rd team walk-on. He wasn't a great player. I couldn't put him on the field and say, now watch him play. But I will say this, if he was in the game, I felt confident would win by 30. Because if we weren't ahead by 30, he wasn't in the game. But the reason that we won was because they loved and cared one another for that individual, not for your athletic talent or what you do. Just create a family. And I cannot begin to emphasize that this country, we can straighten everything out if people would just be held accountable for the choices they make. And I'm just tired of everybody making different choices and then expecting somebody else to pay the ramifications. When I grew up in the back seat of a car, wrestling, riding in the back of a truck, stand up, rode a bicycle without a helmet, everybody had a big gun, we shot at one another, but we understood this. Those were choices we made, and we had to live with the ramifications of our choices. Too many people want to make all these choices, and somebody else pay the price for it. That's not right.
Well, I want to applaud you for your choice of standing up for President Trump, and I want to applaud you for your choice of being with us at CPAC. We really honor you for your life, and we appreciate you being with us today.
I am humbled to even be here. I mean, I never thought this would happen.
Politicians don't want you to know what they're up to. Secret slush funds, secret emails, and pay to play. Judicial Watch is your watchdog in Washington, D.C., shining the light of transparency on our nation's capital.
After World War II, the battle between the forces of democracy and communism did not end. In 1950, Korean soldiers and more than 36,000 American soldiers sacrificed their lives to preserve freedom on the other half of the Korean peninsula. North Korea became a gulag state by choosing oppression, while South Korea prospered under a strong alliance with the United States as an economic powerhouse and a liberal democracy. However, socialism and communism are encroaching on South Korea. With the help of the Chinese Communist Party, CCP, leftist politicians dominated the National Assembly through unfair elections. By taking control of the judicial system, media, and education, they are trying to turn South Korea into a totalitarian dictatorship like China and North Korea, and destroying conservative values such as dismantling the family structure through gender identity politics. Leftist policies calling for a withdrawal of U.S. troops from the North Korean peninsula and a push for a rushed peace treaty with North Korea place the security of South Korea at risk and only emboldens China all the more. On March 9, 2022, South Korea will be at a historic crossroads. The presidential election will determine if South Korea will choose the path of a totalitarian regime like the Chinese Communist Party, or if it will choose to remain as a free nation like the United States. Korea CPAC, along with American friends at CPAC, have been at the forefront of this fight to secure the freedom and future of Korea. We must stand strong and alert.
History that's happened before. This is where we've got to stand up and not allow this to go on.
This is the fight that we were put on this earth to make.
The culture killers. Even this conversation you're having with me right now on Twitter would be banned. I mean, this is like beyond Orwell now.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Desecrators. Please welcome CPAC Chairman Matt Schlapp. From the Christian Review, Deal Hudson. And your moderator, co-host CPAC Now, Mercedes Schlapp.
Yeah, but I'm going to say something first.
Okay, go for it.
Classroom is in session. And would you agree with me that this is the greatest CPAC ever? I can't hear you. Yes! I want to tell you a secret. I've known Matt and Mercy actually since they met.
That's right.
First met for the first time. But we've written this book together, all of us really, because Mercedes wrote the introduction and read everything I said and marked it in black, you know. But I learned something about Matt and Mercy Schlapp that I didn't really know. What they have sacrificed to run this organization, to be the head of CPAC, how they have been threatened, how they have lost money, income, how they are harassed, the names they are called on a daily basis. So my question to all of you is this: do you have their back? Do you have their back? Do you have your back? Back there. Do you have their back? Here's what you do. You pray for them. You buy the book, which, by the way, is on discount once you go out here. You donate. You defend them in social media, and you defend them in all conversations. and you be present as you are right now. Just your presence here is a way of having their back. So on behalf of Matt and Mercy, I thank you all for being here.
Very sweet. Thank you, Deal. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think the whole purpose of the book is we got to have each other's back. And for the times, as we were thinking about even doing the book, for the times that even for you and I, especially for me, that we were too quiet and too passive and trying to go along to get along or get along to go along, whatever the old phrase is, that's all over.
Right.
Now we just got to be there for each other and we got to save America.
That's
it's
right.
really that simple.
That's right. Okay, so this wasn't planned, Deal, but thank you. Thank you for your kind words, and it's been a real honor to work on this book and see how you all both have been able to spend the time to really think through what the message should be. So, Deal, I'll start with you. Why the Desecrators? Why did you all decide to name it the Desecrators?
Well, you were in on the conversation, but let me remind you, as we sat on your front porch in Alexandria, talking about what do we say about cancel culture? What do we say about wokeness? What do we say about white privilege? What do we say about the 1619 Project? What do we say about Black Lives Matter and so forth? We started talking about what is at the basis of it. What do all these players have in common? What are they all up to? And we came up with the idea, they're desecrators. They're desecrators. They're trying to destroy all that we hold sacred. All that we hold sacred. The list is long, but let's begin one. They're trying to destroy faith in God. Because when you cancel history, culture, what have you canceled? You've canceled the 33 years that Jesus Christ lived among us. You've canceled the whole history of the Jewish people.
Yes.
All religions are based upon history, events, the revelation that has come, the knowledge and doctrine that guides our life, the moral law, natural law. In other words, cancel culture is an attack on the very foundations of what we believe in and what guides our life, and really guided our founding fathers. As I thought about being with you guys on stage today, I said, you are, and all the people you've brought up on this stage, you're representing the founders. That's what you're doing. This is a founders reunion,
yes.
A revival.
Yeah.
Because the founders knew they were part of history and that they were making history for the first time in the history of our country. Marco Rubio, I think, talked about this. For the first time in the history of the world, there were going to be a free people not under a monarchy, not under a tyrant, not under a dictator, not under a lord or ladies. We were going to rule ourselves. This act of desecration is taking us back to totalitarianism.
So, Matt, what was the toughest part about writing this book?
Your edits. No, the truth is, it's kind of a funny story.
Now, wait a minute, Matt. You guys eliminated 3 chapters that I wrote.
Well, you didn't take it personally.
Oh, my Lord.
No, Deal took it like a man. He was like, just make your edits. Just make your edits. But the hardest part of the book...
It's for the second book, Deal.
That's right.
The second book.
The hardest part of the book was, it's like a Genesis moment. Deal came up with the late editor of TAN, a good man.
Pat O'Hearn.
A good man, and you came to visit.
Of TAN Books.
Of TAN
Yes.
Books, a great publishing house, by the way. And they said, hey, and Deal, you were great. You said, look, Matt, I got a glimpse into what you guys have been through. You got to write your story. You got to write your cancel story. And Deal came up with the idea of the desecrators, which I think is perfect, because it reminds us all that there's a very strong spiritual component, because this is evil. It's very simple. It's good versus evil. And they said, and they said to me, hey, would you write this book? And you know this, sweetheart. Mm-hmm. And everyone told Deal, he'll never do it. He's too busy. He won't give it the time. It won't happen. And I think it almost didn't happen a couple times. But it did happen, and I will tell you this, anybody who's written a book or when you even do anything that you write that you care about, it really did pour out of my soul.
It did.
I needed to say this. Even if nobody bought it or nobody read it, I needed to do it. So from one friend to another, thank you, because you helped me get to a better place. I don't know if you all realize this, but I was super angry. I would smile, but I was super angry. Are any of you super angry? I can't believe what's happening around me, and I can't believe that people are still kind of in a fog over it. And you helped me find clarity with the word, so thank you.
And I think we both found joy in working together.
That's right, yeah.
So, Deal, a big part of this book is about faith.
Yes.
And the central role that faith plays in our lives, but in the nation.
Faith.
Walk us, yeah.
You know, I'm a philosopher by training, philosophy teacher. I've written philosophy books. Nobody read them.
Wait, is this book doing better?
But you're going to read this one, I
hope. Is this book
hope.
doing better than?
No, and there are realities about human existence that no philosopher will ever discover. The most important of those realities is that we are God's creatures, all of us.
Yeah.
That we have within our hearts a natural desire for God, for Him, for our Creator. We want to travel through this journey, life's journey, and through eternity's journey back to Him who created us. He's our Father. We belong to Him. And all this life is a journey back to Him, a journey back to who created us and who gave us a moral law to follow so that we can get back to Him. And this is what the desecrators want to destroy.
Schlapp, you have a great, I call him Schlapp once in a while, it's very sweet. And can I just say a really funny story? So in the Schlapp household, the oldest during COVID lockdown time, we had like a scale from 1 to 7, because we have the 5 girls. And then, so if you were number 1, you were handling the COVID lockdown well. If you were number 7, you were not handling it well. Schlapp scored, he was always in 7th place in the Schlapp family. We would rank the kids and everything. So he, yes, it was really tough, really, really tough on you, honey. There's one chapter that...
I'm not good at lockdowns.
No, not at all. So, but there's one chapter where you talk about the importance, it's called One Moment to Shout. Walk us through, you know, we also talk about the Trump whisperers, right? Why is it so important to speak up, to not back down, to not let the left silence you?
Okay, it's really simple. They say they're the party of science. Look at the science. Look at the polls. Do you realize that the people in this room make up the largest subset of Americans? Enduringly, throughout my lifetime, the #1 group of Americans are conservatives, right? Now I don't even use the word conservative. We're Americans who love our country and love our founding. It's kind of simple. We're the #1 group. If you go turn on the TV or start reading your daily paper, you would think we were the smallest little subsection of crazy right-wing radicals there ever were. And what I realized is there's a reason why they're going against the science and the math. Because if they can make you feel small and puny, they can devalue what you think, and they can back us off. And then that tiny little minority, which is them, which looks so big, can take over. And that's what I realized. All the people that would come up to Mercy and I, and Deal was involved in this too in 15 and 16, and they would whisper to us, I think we need a guy like Donald Trump. I think we need an outsider. I think we got to start standing up for cops. I think people are born boys and girls. I think girls should compete against girls in sports. I mean, you name the issue that's popped up. And we all got so quiet that we almost lost it all. And we better stand up and start speaking and using our voice.
Deal. Another chapter, let's make character king again. Why is this so important?
Let's make
character king again.
Oh, I might have written that part, Deal. I'm sorry.
Well, you can analyze it.
I'll tell you why.
Stop fighting over the chapters. I can't even tell who wrote what.
Because we need courage.
Yeah.
We need prudence. We need backbone.
Yes.
Character is the sum total of your virtues, your vices. The one that's lacking the most right now in this moment in history is fortitude, courage. What would happen if on the same day in this country, the 75 million people who voted for Donald Trump put an American flag in the middle of their front yard? What if they put that flag down? They weren't afraid of what the neighbors thought. They weren't afraid of what the garbage man would think or the Amazon delivery guy. They don't care if a neighbor decides to stop speaking to them. Of course, you guys don't have that fault because none of your neighbors speak to you anyway.
It's true.
But what would happen if people started wearing an American flag or a cross or whatever symbol of your faith you have? In other words, character matters the most because it's character that makes us active. It activates us, and it activates us effectively and without fear.
Schlapp, we have to deal with the leftist media a lot. And it's been a lot of character assassination on us, especially when we put together this conference. They attack our speakers. In one point, you say the same media did not allow any real ability to explain, defend, or by the end, speak at all. And so how has this shift in the media been so significant, and why this leftist media, they have become part of the desecrator problem?
Well, part of the reason why we wrote the book is that, you know, we had the Trump presidency, of which you were a part of, both at the White House and the campaign. You're constantly put on the screen, right? So Donald Trump was on this stage yesterday. He said a couple of cuss words. I know not all of you like that. That's not something everyone likes. It's part of who he is. By the way, I noticed a lot of the people that say they don't like it when he cusses, when they tell me they don't like he cusses, they use a cuss word to say they don't like when he cusses, but okay.
But you do have a chapter in the book called Politicians Not Saints.
Yes,
so
exactly, that's the point, but yet the opponents of Donald Trump believe in ripping babies apart in the womb, the most tragic thing that can happen in humankind, and because it's sanitized and they use polite language, choice, health, it's fine. You weren't allowed to talk about the riots of Black Lives Matter and Antifa. You weren't allowed to say BLM. You might not get invited back, right? How dare you expose that it's not about race, it's about destroying America. Then you couldn't talk about the virus, and you all know this because many of you were there. They blamed you and I and CPAC for starting an international super spreader. And I said, we had 10,000 people in a sweaty ballroom, one person got sick. That's math and science. By the way, he's here with us, and God bless him, he's all recovered. But they blamed us for a super spreader, but you couldn't say it. You couldn't say it. And we had those great doctors. I know I'm not a doctor, and they went through that. And then you had the election. And I saw firsthand, you and I saw in Georgia. I saw what they did in Vegas. By the way, what happened in Vegas should be told everywhere, okay?
Yes.
And you couldn't say it, because if you said that there was fraud, you were destroying the American democracy.
And in the process, destroying your reputation.
And that's what a corrupt media does. They hide the truth. They say what's contrary to the truth is true. They think they're the arbiter, and they almost got away with all of it.
And they don't allow for dissenting opinions. They don't allow you to question, which is so troubling. I want to get your final thoughts as we wrap up. What would you like our CPAC family to do?
I want to reiterate what Matt said. Abortion is at the bottom of all desecration.
Yes.
It is desecration at the most fundamental level. All of you go to Dallas. All of you support this organization and this family. Support them, pray for them. And all of you, put up your symbols, put up your crosses, your American flags. Let people know just by your walking down the street or driving through Burger King that where you stand. That's what I want you to do.
Great parting words.
Just real quick, want to get your last final thoughts. There's a beautiful story here of a man that you met on the campaign trail from Ohio. He was, and he approached you. And what did he tell you?
Is that the gun store?
Yes.
Yeah, so I write this in the book. I can't remember the gentleman's name. He was hard scrabble, humble looking, no fancy duds, smoking a cigarette. Looks like he had smoked probably since he was a young person. And we were going into a gun store in Cuyahoga County on the Trump bus, the big red bus. And he walked up to me and he said, "Are you with Trump?" I said, "I'm with Trump." And he said, "Well, I'm not really a Republican." And I was like, "Great. Sometimes I'm not either these days, I'll tell you." And he said, "I'm not going to vote for Joe Biden. Those people think people like me are scum." And it really hit me. And I almost got a little weepy because I thought, there's nothing worse in this world than feeling the shame of the harsh judgment and unfair judgment of elites who want to spoon feed you what to think.
Yes.
And want to judge you for what you believe. And I'd put that man up against any of those guys, and I think his reward will be great for being who he is. Thank you.
Thank you all. Authors of the Desecrators.
Moms for America is a national movement of moms, reclaiming our culture for truth, family, freedom, and the Constitution. With a national network of 500,000 moms, Moms for America has become one of the fastest growing movements of women in America.
The government, just as our founding fathers established it, still gets its powers from the consent of the governed. And we do not consent.
We're in the middle of a mom-led revolution, and Moms for America is at the forefront.
I take full offense to the NSBA and the DOJ referring to concerned parents like myself as domestic terrorists needing to be investigated by the FBI.
I'm a journalist, but I am a mama bear.
Calling these moms domestic terrorists is the pathetic taunt of a schoolyard bully.
I, like so many other mama bears, was in hibernation, but I'm asleep no longer.
We are the change.
We are Moms for America. Join the revolution.
According to a recent poll by Forbes, over 80% of Americans support the implementation of voter ID laws, including 62% of Democrats and 69% of all African American voters. Yet this highly politicized issue remains in partisan gridlock. But what if there was another way to track the vote? Welcome to Voter Safe House. Visit votersafehouse.com for more information. Bringing transparency to an otherwise closed system.
For the sake of our children and grandchildren, I believe it is imperative that we set forth a climate solution that embodies long-standing conservative principles and can return the Republican leadership to a constructive stance on this critical issue.
Ladies and gentlemen, the government is dangerous to your health. Please welcome your panel. Physician and biochemist, Dr. Robert Malone. Physician, Dr. Brooke Miller. Surgeon and healthcare advocate, Dr. Oz. And your moderator, from the Jason Rantz Show, Jason Rantz.
Hey, everybody. Welcome. Good morning, CPAC. How is everyone? We've got the smartest people in the room right here on the stage, and me.
And me.
So just before we get started, make sure everyone, you're taking really close notes, because I feel like if I were to post this online, it's going to get me banned from Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So take your notes. Let's talk right off the bat about misinformation. We constantly hear about the misinformation that's out there, misinformation that turns out to actually not be misinformation. So Dr. Oz, from your perspective, especially early on when we're just learning about a virus and how it works and who it hits, how do you even determine what misinformation is?
Well, I'll just tell you my personal story, because it's how I first engaged COVID. My show is in 100 countries. And so when COVID hit, I began calling and asking, what is everyone else doing? We all have similar biologies, so if it works in France or somewhere else in the world, it might work here. So I learned that there was a medication that most doctors seemed to be confident might help. It was the fog of war. We didn't know for sure. It was something called hydroxychloroquine. Now, at the time, I just said, well, it's been around 70 years. Maybe it has a benefit. Theoretically, it could. So we should at least be examining it. And then President Trump mentioned it.
Oops.
And people hated him so much that they began rooting against the solution. And I'm here to say, I actually personally am not 100% sure about hydroxychloroquine, but that's, at this point, not our fault anymore. It becomes the government's fault when you've prevented people from studying something that might be beneficial. It's applying, I think, to ivermectin. It's true for vitamin D. It's true for zinc and quercetin. There's a bunch of things we could talk about, including, by the way, antivirals that only now are getting approved. But I think the larger narrative was a top-down approach would allow us to treat everybody. And it's just not the right way, especially in medicine, to treat patients, where you want to customize and do it locally. And the misinformation became so heated that you couldn't even talk about things like ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine. I gave money to Columbia, where I'm on the faculty. I got the medications, which is hard to do. I got approval from the hospital to do the clinical trial. The governor of the state of New York, Andrew Cuomo, banned the clinical study of hydroxychloroquine. Then I said, give the pills away. He banned its use, its prescription for COVID. Since when does an elected official with no medical background, even if they had a medical background, have the right to ban a doctor from prescribing an FDA-approved medication?
And that's a big part of this conversation. You've got actual doctors who are not being allowed to be doctors. And when we talk about misinformation, we also talk about a lack of information, Dr. Malone. We don't have data from the CDC at this point that they should have access to.
Yeah, so let's be clear. The way that this works now, the way this game is being played, and I'm a veteran of many, many outbreaks. I've never seen this. My peers and I have never seen anything like this in the past. What happened was they set up an organization called the Trusted News Initiative, managed by the BBC in the UK, and they defined misinformation as anything which is different from the official narrative. Yeah. What we now know, because of the New York Times article and a number of others that have come out now in a flood, is that the CDC has been withholding data, and they have become fully politicized. The CDC is now a political arm of the White House, full stop. That has never been the case in the past. And so the way this logic works is that the CDC weaponizes information aligned with the administration, puts it out, and if any of us say anything that's different from that political position that the CDC has taken, we are censored or deplatformed, as many have experienced. So that's the problem. That's the situation we're in, is that misinformation is defined now as anything that's different from what the executive branch wants. And here's what they did recently, is with the Homeland Security, they defined that anybody that's purveying misinformation or disinformation, these are their words, is a domestic terrorist if the information that we're putting forth causes people to have concerns about the government. This is full-on propaganda, censorship, and information warfare. It must stop.
So a question for a domestic terrorist, apparently. Dr. Miller, from your perspective, obviously there was misinformation out there, and it seems to me that part of the whole process of treating a new virus to us is to have questions and put out theories. Was there anything early on that you knew to be false that you saw getting spread, and vice versa, knew to be true that was being called false?
Well, there was a lot of both. Just looking back into early on in the pandemic, when information came out that hydroxychloroquine might be effective in fighting this virus, there was a huge propaganda war against hydroxychloroquine telling us how dangerous it was. I've been practicing clinical medicine for 36 years. I prescribed hydroxychloroquine my entire career, and I knew that to be false. Nobody ever told me it was dangerous to prescribe. So that's when I first knew there was something up that wasn't quite on the level. And then I just started looking online, reading articles, following physicians such as Dr. Malone and Dr. Corey, and seeing where they were having success at fighting this terrible disease. And everything that was coming out of the government was completely contrary. And what I was looking at was physicians that were on the front line that were actually treating the disease and using their successes and implementing them into my practice, as opposed to the government, which was telling you, the patients, to, you get diagnosed with COVID, go home, and if your oxygen saturation gets below 88, come to the hospital. What other disease have we ever seen in mankind where we were told not to treat it early?
Dr. Oz, did the government get anything right? What did they get right?
Washington got a lot wrong. If I can just add one thought here. If I was to treat a cholesterol problem, I'd give you a medication. Some of you actually are on medications for cholesterol, but if I have a patient who's on cholesterol medication who has a heart attack, I treat the heart attack too. You have a treatment as well as a preventive strategy. And Brooke, I think what they were doing is isolating doctors from the process. This is the bigger message. By not allowing doctors to customize care, they remove us from the equation, like happens in so many other areas in America. Now it's only the federal government telling you with an authoritarian overreach how to live your life. I remember having this battle, actually, with the New York Times, and they said, not only am I a bad person, which they always say, and that's how you know you're winning the argument, when they don't actually have arguments against your arguments, they just call you names. So they had a hominem attack, but then this writer said something else. He said, he's also dangerous because he believes in something called, listen carefully everybody, individualism. They wrote this in the paper because they said, I'll quote them, in the time of global warming, systemic racism, and COVID, that was the important one for them, we cannot afford individualism. Guilty as charged. I think we have to have individualism for those issues, and that's what they prevented us from having. So what they got wrong over and over again was not understanding that that if there's a near and present danger outside your door, you don't go. The reason the mandates all failed is because we wouldn't have done the things when we shouldn't have done them, and when it wasn't a problem, we would have lived our lives.
Well, on that point, and Dr. Miller, you and I had talked about this just a couple days ago about informed consent, that as a doctor, you give your patient the information, you make recommendations, or you say, don't do this, but at the end of the day, rather than mandating, you allow your patient to make the decision for himself or herself.
Well, the narrative that comes out of Washington is this is safe and effective, and that's the discussion. Your doctor tells you it's safe and it's effective. And there was no discussion on risk stratification, your risk of adverse event, both known and unknown. And now we know there are a lot of very real known adverse events. And we also know that in the future, there most likely will be some long-term events. So that was the biggest thing. I think it's one of the worst things that's happened in this pandemic is suspending people's right to choose their medical care And the other thing that's been suspended is HIPAA. Yeah. How many people have come up and asked you, do you have diabetes? No, but they do come up and ask you, have you had the shot?
Yeah. Has everyone here had the shot?
I had the shot.
So, and the reason why I asked this question, and we'll go to the person who knows a thing or two about mRNA, it's, you know, the whole conversation has not been about being anti-vaccine or anti-shot or whatever language we want to use. It was about you making an individual choice in consultation with your doctor who knows you best. So from your perspective, how do you talk about whether or not someone should get this vaccine?
So first off, my position is that you should get informed. You own the decision, both for yourself and particularly for your children. The government has no right to insert itself into the family. That is what they're doing. They are inserting themselves into the family and making choices for you and for your children. That must stop. Second point, when there's risk, there must be choice, okay? That is how they have broken the Nuremberg Accord, Helsinki Accord. When there is risk, there must be choice. This is a fundamental principle that as physicians we live by from day to day. How do I advise people? I say that you have to own the decision, you have to think it through, and you have to make your own choice and live with it, because if there are consequences, and not everybody has adverse events, but a significant fraction of people do, and the data show from Hong Kong that the risk of myocarditis causing hospitalization in young men that have, so this means boys, that have received these vaccines is about 1 in 2,700. That is unacceptable to me, and Dr. Oz, I'm sure, will be glad to teach us about myocarditis and what that really means. Do you fix a heart? Can you fix a heart? Heart scars. It does not heal, okay? So what I tell people is they have to get informed, they have to make their own decision, and here's the problem. The CDC is withholding the data from us, so we cannot get informed. Not only is the CDC withholding data, but big tech is suppressing that data. They're not allowing that data to be shared with you, which means you cannot have informed consent. If you speak up on Facebook or the other platforms and you speak about your own personal injury, they will immediately delete you. Okay, that is where we're at right now, and it must stop.
So, Doctor, jump in there, but if you could address the risk of actual misinformation that all of us up here would say, yeah, that's incorrect. It's the Dr. Gates or Bill Gates is not tracking you when you get this vaccine. He's not doing that, right?
No.
Oh, you better answer that quick. No, of course not.
Let me ask the very wise question you asked earlier. What did Washington get right? And I want to applaud President Trump and his administration for Operation Warp Speed. And before everyone judges the vaccine, China gave us a horrible pandemic, and this country gave the world a vaccine. It's our choice if we want to use it. And the legacy media will often say, well, only 70% of people got vaccinated, the 30% who didn't are all knuckle-dragging Republicans. How horrible is that? The reality is, older folks who are vulnerable, 95% of the time did get the vaccine. For them, they did the math. It was worth, they believe, and I do support this, the opportunity of getting the vaccine was worth it. My son, who's a first-year medical student, is being pushed to get a booster vaccine, even though he already had his first one to go to school, and then he actually got COVID. And he's taking immunology, which is teaching him that's not right.
Yeah.
Now, just as a point of message here, and this is why I would applaud Dr. Miller in particular, when you actually push back, many of the people who have been pushing these mandates are cowards. They do pull back.
Yeah.
So my son just got a letter after we sent a bunch of notes highlighting this. 2 days ago, Columbia University, where he's in medical school, is no longer mandating he get a booster. So we have to, every single day, as conservatives, as Republicans, say what we see and push for what's right. If we don't deserve to be able to run our country. We've ceded too much in the medical profession. I'm going to call out, too many of our brethren have been cowards. We've gotten along, we get along, we don't make a big stink, and we've let Washington, CDC in particular, say things that we should have been pushing back on. We have a civic responsibility to speak up, and we're not doing it.
Thinking about this conversation, Dr. Miller, you know, we call out the government rightly when they get things wrong. They originally said no to the masks, then yes to the masks, then triple masks, then quadruple masks, then go back to 2, then maybe go back to 1, but only this certain kind of mask. Those are the ones that work. And we call it out, and we should call it out. How worried are you that there are some, you know, information right now that maybe some of us believe that could potentially be wrong and lead to adverse effects? Should we also get called out when we make mistakes?
I think everybody should be called out, and we should have free and open flow of information. That's one of the biggest things. You know, this pandemic has shown that in certain ways, our government and our health agencies are no different from what they were in the Soviet Union prior to the fall of the Iron Curtain. Centralized control. Centralized control destroys free enterprise and initiative and hard work and free thought. And that's how we make advances in medicine and in life. I was told something, my wife's gonna laugh because I say this all the time. I was told something very first day of medical school, and Oz may have been told this too, but a professor got up and said, half of everything we teach you in medical school will later be proven wrong. We just don't know which half. And that applies to life. And so I've changed my views on a lot of things over life. I've changed my views in a lot of things in medicine. I try to promote health and wellness and trying to get away from the big industrial pharma complex. When a patient comes into my office, you know, obviously COVID is big on everybody's mind. And the first thing I tell them is to get healthy metabolically. As a result of our dietary guidelines, which were also a political football pushed through in 1978 by a bunch of falsy data, and that scientists also tried to silence the opposition, we've now been left with the dietary guidelines that have made us fat and unhealthy. And guess who dies from COVID? So work on your metabolic health. That's the first thing you can do to live a long, healthy life. And as a public health group, we have missed the boat. That should have been the main message, not fear and masking and staying home. It should have been get in shape, eat right.
We shouldn't have closed the gyms.
And love thy neighbor.
People inside. Dr. Malone, we're obviously getting a better sense of Omicron and the mRNA vaccine. So from your information, you know this stuff. What does it actually do as it relates to Omicron specifically?
So that's super important. What the CDC and the government like to do is bundle all the data over the last 2 years, and we know that those data are contaminated because they define that anybody that was hospitalized with COVID or died because of COVID, whether they had a gunshot wound or anything else. They created incentives for hospitals. There are perverse financial incentives for hospitals to hospitalize people that are infected. Now when we have Omicron, you may recall that I spoke out on Laura Ingram's show before Christmas, and I shocked a lot of people. I said that Omicron looks like a Christmas gift. We should be grateful. This looks like basically an infectious vaccine that's going to spread. We are all going to get infected, and the disease that's going to be caused here is mild. We now have Bill Gates admitting that's the case. What the data show right now, and there was an excellent article by the Epoch Times that I recommend for any of you to look at. Epoch Times, by the way, all the way through this, has been a truth teller. Epoch Times put out a great article on the point that I've been making and my other colleagues at the International Association of Physicians and Scientists, medical scientists, have been saying, which is that the data show, first from Europe, Northern Europe, Scotland, the UK, Canada, that right now, based on these public databases, it appears that your risk of getting infected and developing COVID-19 disease from Omicron increases with the number of vaccine shots you've received. The Israeli data is consistent with that also. So the CDC likes to bundle all the data and talk about what the historic risk is. That is irrelevant. We have a new virus The vaccine is designed for the original strain. It is completely mismatched for this strain. And the data suggests that we're seeing something akin to vaccine-enhanced disease or infection associated with this. And you all know it. If you recall back in Christmas, when you were gathering and your families were getting infected, in many cases, what you saw, people report again and again, was it was the vaccinated ones in your family groups that got infected first, and many of them had worse disease. Okay, the vaccine isn't working to prevent infection, replication, and spread, and this medical emergency, quote unquote, that the Biden administration has used to justify suspension of the Constitution is a fraud.
Very quickly, I think they like that line. 10 seconds each. What is the one thing, knowing what we know right now, that you would do differently?
I'd protect our children. We have used our children as a barrier, as a shield. No society that's self-respecting puts their children out at first. Let's protect our kids.
What was the question?
One thing you would do differently knowing what you know now.
I would have been probably more aggressive and more forceful with my patients early on, but I didn't know it then, and in advising them. I was like Christopher Columbus when this started, sailing the ocean blue. I didn't know what was going on, and you just had to learn as you go along, and that's what I would do different.
One thing.
One thing that I should have changed, I should have not even started to back down with the press. I should have recognized that they're weaponizing information against us, and I should have been more aggressive and full-throated from the outset.
Didn't you have an apology for Spotify you were talking about?
Thanks for that. So people have asked me, why, Robert, are you coming to CPAC? Okay, that makes no sense. You're a doctor. And my answer is, well, Spotify asked me to come here and apologize for breaking the internet.
It sounds like what we're hearing up here is pretty simple. More information is better than less information. Informed consent actually matters. Yeah. Sometimes we're wrong, sometimes we're right, but if we're not put in positions to actually be able to determine whether or not we're wrong or right in the moment, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense from a public health perspective. So thank you guys so much. Thank you, by the way, everyone, for holding your breath this entire time.
One last thing.
Very quick.
One last thing. St. Augustine said, "The truth is like a lion. You don't have to defend it. Let it loose, it will defend itself."
Dr. Miller, Dr. Malone, Dr. Oz, I'm Jason Rentz. Thank you guys so much.
Come on, photo.
Everyone smile. Come on, Brooke, come on.
People are back.
This corridor is more than an energy project. It's an attack the weak against the strong. Freedom of speech is under attack.
We as conservatives have ultimate faith in people.
In here, no one tells us what to think.
This is Bethlehem, the birthplace of Jesus.
Give it to God. He is doing this for a reason. There is a way to find justice.
Has anyone told you look like Joe Exotic?
Hands on top of your head.
Good or bad, I'm not gonna let anyone take my glory.
Daytona is a place where magic can happen.
At home with me, Paula Dean.
I'm Waters, and this is my world right here.
The future for all freedom-loving people.
I think the best way you can thank me for being a veteran is be a good American.
If somebody can listen to this story and not immediately agree that that's the mark of a hero, I don't know what else I could say.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
The biggest threat to our freedom is big tech censorship.
Are you tired of big tech and Chinese censors deciding what you are allowed to think, see, and say? There's a better alternative. Experience CPAC in the metaverse. An in-person realistic experience. Hear speakers up close as if you're really there. Express yourself. Connect with others. America's future is in your hands. The virtual CPAC experience happening at our booth. A new fortress for liberty is here.
Open borders, shameful abandonment, disregard for human life, the prospect of more mandates and lockdowns, and the list goes on. Now more than ever, we need to stick together. Voting alone is not enough. We must use our dollars to support like-minded companies who fight for our rights and beliefs. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider who shares your values. We will give more than $500,000 this year to our causes, and with your support, we'll double that next year. It's time to band together and support companies that truly love America and fight for our freedoms. Will you join us?
Ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about Biden's breadlines. Please welcome, from the Larry Elder Show, Larry Elder, former senior advisor to the president, Kevin Hassett, and your host, CPAC board member, former Representative Bob Beaupre.
Gentlemen, how you doing, CPAC? Getting ready for a big finish today, aren't we? Well, I've been looking forward to this panel for a long while, and news being what it is, I'm finding that I'm even more excited about it. I'm going to start off with something that's not really about Joe Biden's breadlines, the economy, or inflation, but something that's very, very current. We've got Larry Elder here, and I think you've got fans, man.
One or two.
Hey.
Love you.
Is anybody my fan? All right, we've all got fans. Larry, I'm guessing from our short conversation backstage that you've got some insight about our new Supreme Court nominee. Tell us what's on your heart.
Well, I don't know that much about her. She was a district court judge for a long time, wrote a lot of opinions. She was very briefly on the D.C. Court of Appeals. I don't think she's written an opinion until just a few days ago, so I don't know that much about her decisions. I do know this, that Chief Justice John Roberts, during the confirmation, said a judge's job is to call balls and strikes. I don't know why it's relevant for the race or gender of an umpire. Should only a black umpire call balls and strikes for a black baseball batter or for a black pitcher? Should a Latino umpire call balls and strikes for a black pitcher or a black batter? A judge's job is to be fair. I just ran for governor, as you know, and all I know, it wasn't... Bob, it wasn't a black female reporter who referred to me as the black face of white supremacy. It wasn't a white male reporter who called my views black supremacist and called Stephen Miller a hate monger. So the job of a judge is to be fair. And we ought not be choosing judges based upon race, ethnicity, or gender. And I criticized Ronald Reagan when he said the same thing before he appointed Sandra Day O'Connor. I criticized Donald Trump before he appointed Amy Coney Barrett, and I'm criticizing Joe Biden for doing the same thing. We ought not be doing that.
Thank you. Thanks for standing up, man. I knew I had the right guy out here.
Thank you very much for that. Now let's talk about the economy and inflation. 89% when asked, you guys know all these poll numbers, but 89% of voters say that when they cast their ballot this fall, the economy is going to be very or extremely important to them. 83% say the same about inflation, about 76% say that about taxes. So this is topical. This is top of mind stuff. And when they say economy, they're talking about economy and inflation. And when they say inflation, they're talking about inflation and the economy. Larry, you're on radio every day. You're talking to people all across the country every day. What are you hearing from folks? Are these numbers close to accurate, or are they just...
No, absolutely. People are concerned about the prices of everything going up. Gas prices are going up, grocery prices are going up, prices of a home are going up, prices for used and new cars are going up. And AOC, who got a degree in economics, says that the only way to get this down is to pass Build Back Better. And she argues that the reason for the higher prices is because of the supply chain. One of my frequent guests on my program is Leo Haney, and I know you know him, Kevin. He's an economist from UCLA. And he talks about the printing of money that we've been doing for a very long period of time. The supply of money, M2, has gone up like crazy. The inflation is caused by bad government policies, and we've had bad government policies that have printed money and printed money and printed money. We've also paid people not to work. And you add it all up, it's a perfect storm. And this is under the Biden administration.
Kevin, I want to go to you. You're a little bit like me, if I can say that. We're kind of numbers guys. We dig into the data. There you go. Economic.
Let's hear it for numbers.
Economic geeks. Yeah. Jen Psaki tells us every day, the president, when we see him once in a great while, tells us that all is well. And they like to point to a GDP that is pretty robust. But they also like to tell us that these jobs are getting created. What do you see in the data? I know you study it pretty carefully.
Yeah, sure. You know, like first, you know, Larry Kudlow, didn't he do a great job, everybody?
Sure did.
You know, and Larry and I and Mercy, we used to hang out in the Oval with President Trump, and we would be talking about how to make the economy better. And I swear that the craziest, stupidest idea we ever saw anyone come up with doesn't compare to what Joe Biden's been doing to this economy. And like, think about it, he calls it Build Back Better. But if you look at the way they're spending the money, they're not building anything. There's nothing better, right? And they're proposing all this stuff we've never done before, like spending money on this new age energy and things like that. So we're not going back to anything either. So it's not building, it's not back, it's not better. It's just an attempt to destroy the country. And Larry Kudlow has led an incredibly good effort to stop it. But the reason we have to stop it is inflation is out of control. And a metric of how crazy politics is now, and how, I guess there are fewer media folks here now, and how the media lets them get away with it, is that the White House has been bragging about how wage growth was like 4% last year. And wow, isn't that great wage growth? That's really high wage growth compared to like most years since World War II. But inflation was up 7.5%. And so that means everybody lost 3.5%. Okay, and so people are worse off right now, and they're the people that are calling up Larry and talking about the fact that they go to the gas pump and it's $5 a gallon now in California. And then you go, no kidding, I went to a McDonald's and it was $7 for a Big Mac. I love Big Macs, but maybe they were gouging at this McDonald's, but the fact is that those prices are higher, and they're higher because of Biden's failed policies. And we could dig into that, but final thought, that when President Trump took office, the Democrats told everybody, they had these two words, they're really boring words, but they're called secular stagnation. And they were saying it all the time, and they said, well, sure, the economy stinks, and wages haven't grown in a decade, but it's not President Obama's fault. It's like the Martians. There's this thing called secular stagnation, which means we can never grow again. And President Trump just wouldn't accept it, right? And now they're going to come up with other excuses for why the economy's terrible. It's not their fault. But everybody here at CPAC knows it is their fault. And that's one of the things that we've learned over the last few days.
I got to give Joe Biden credit for one thing, one promise fulfilled. He said he would have a historic administration.
There isn't anything that's better. Not the borders. Almost 2 million people tried to enter the border illegally. They've got about 300,000 getaways. They weren't tested for COVID. We talked about the economy. Inflation's completely, totally out of control, paying people not to work. I can't think of a single part of our economy, foreign policy. The Afghan pullout was an absolute disaster. It made us look weak and feckless. And the Chinese are watching. The Iranians are watching. North Korea's watching. And he's trying to now get us back into this Iran deal. And this deal is worse than the one before. We still don't have the ability to inspect anywhere at any time. We have to give them notice. It doesn't include the intercontinental ballistics program of Iran. And in 2.5 years, they will be able to get a nuke. So if there's somewhere that he has improved the American status, economy, foreign policy, please tell me what it is.
You just mentioned Iran. Kevin was there. He was at the elbow of President Donald Trump when they brought Iran to its knees. We're talking about imposing sanctions on Russia, on Vladimir Putin, for the action in Ukraine. Kevin, share some, I think this is critical insight, folks. We've got an expert, somebody who's been there and done that. And I want Kevin to explain to us a little bit what you did to Iran and what maybe we should be doing to Vladimir Putin right now.
Like what Vladimir Putin right now is putting the world on the edge of war. And we all know how threatening that can be. He put his nuclear arsenal, basically at the ready this morning. And so he's threatening us all, and we can do something about it. And I can remember we were sitting in the Oval Office, and Mercy would always sit in one of the couch chairs. It's like she always, because she...
One of the most comfortable couch chairs?
She was always, but she would be back, and the president, after listening to us, would turn to Mercy and then find out what the truth really is and what he should do. and we were talking about sanctions once, and there's like all the SWIFT this, and there are all these complicated things in the State Department, and then President Trump did something that everybody here would expect him to do because you know him so well watching him on stage. And he said, no, here's what we're going to do. If you do business with Iran, you can't do business with us, period. Okay, and then he called up our allies, you were there. And he said, okay guys, here's how it goes. Like if you do any business with Iran, then you can't do business with us. And so everybody else stopped doing business with Iran. Their GDP dropped 75%. 75%. That he absolutely brought that country to its knees with Trumpian common sense. And there's all these things, and he tracked people down. He had people following freighters and calling the captains and say, we're going to impound your boat if you land in Iran. Do you remember that Chinese lady who got arrested in Vancouver from Huawei? Do you remember why she got arrested? Because Huawei was doing business with Iran. Okay, that was how dogged President Trump was to bring Iran to its knees. Now, Joe Biden is trying to end that so Iran can get faster to nuclear weapons, but we should do that to Russia. We should do that to Russia right now. We could absolutely, cripple their economy with a playbook that Donald Trump invented.
And yet Joe Biden, one of the first things he said, we're going to impose these brutal sanctions on Russia, but we're not going to touch his oil and gas industry. I mean, it's just...
So I don't want to interrupt, but when we started this, they were selling about $2.5 million or barrels a day of oil. When we finished this, it was down to less than 200,000. 200,000. And so that's what should happen to Putin. That's what should happen.
That's economic pressure.
I urge anybody to watch Donald Trump on YouTube, 2018, Brussels, Belgium, and he gave a tongue lashing to the NATO allies for their growing dependence on oil and natural gas from Russia, for not ponying up their percentage of the GDP, for relying on us. So here you are becoming increasingly dependent upon Russia, but you're turning to us to defend you against Russian aggression. Well, how does that make sense? And it was like schooling a bunch of little kids. It was remarkable what he said. And that's what you mean, Kevin, by Trumpian common sense. It makes no sense. At one time, Germany had 16 nuclear power plants. Now they've got 3, becoming increasingly dependent upon Russia, and then they turn around and they want us to defend them against Russian aggression. How does that make any sense?
Yeah, and the last thought about that is that President Trump went to the first meeting with the Germans, and he said, you have a treaty obligation to NATO to spend 2% of your GDP on defense, and you're not doing it. And he talked last night about how he threatened, okay, I'm going to stop protecting you if you're not going to help protect yourself. The Germans announced today, after watching Putin, that they're going to increase their defense spending above 2%. Okay? If they had listened to Trump a couple years ago.
Surprise. Yeah. Little late.
Little late.
Let's come back and bring energy and inflation and inside our own borders. One of the things that's almost criminal about inflation, it works just like a tax. You know, everything you touch is higher price today. How it's only 7.5%, Kevin, I don't know, because all the stuff we're buying that we really need, fuel oil's up 46%, and gas is up 40%, used cars are up 40%, rent in our big cities is up about 20%. So all the stuff that you really need to survive on is up way more than 7.5%. That's why people are telling me, at least, the hurrier I go, the behinder I get. Yeah. And the longer you hang on to a dollar, the less you can do with it. It is one of the most oppressive taxes. I'll use that word again because it works just like a tax, taking money out of your pocket that you can't do anything with.
And of course, it disproportionately hurts people who are at the bottom.
That's what the question I wanted you to address. It's the regressive nature of inflation that, and you know, the other side, Joe and his cohorts and AOC, they all pledge allegiance to, you know, you poor downtrodden, and they're kicking the poor and the downtrodden.
That's right.
Tell us, Larry, you see it.
Of course, the wealthier you are, the easier it is for you to absorb any kind of increase. And the poorer you are, the more of a bite it takes out of your pocketbook. I've always been angry at the way the media refers to the recession of 2000, 2008 as the Great Recession. The one that Ronald Reagan dealt with had higher inflation, higher unemployment, much higher interest rates. He did the opposite of what the Democrats have done. He cut taxes, he slowed down the rate of domestic spending, and he continued deregulation policies, probably the only good thing that Jimmy Carter had done. This administration and the Obama administration did the opposite.
We're going to run out of time, and I can tell we are.
We're just getting warmed up.
The one thing I want to add to that is that the left does not care about poor Americans. And I don't care what their race is, but 4 million people came off of poverty because of our economic policies. Income inequality declined by a sharper amount than all the way back to World War II. Remember, they tell us income inequality is this terrible problem. Well, it got really bad under Obama. But under President Trump, it got better, and they didn't talk about it. African-American unemployment was the lowest it's ever been. African-American home ownership grew by more than it ever has. All of this stuff happened because of the success of Trump's supply-side policies, and right now it's being reversed radically. And the economics of it, I know everybody loves to have economic lectures. That's why I'm here. But the economics of it is just that if the price of something goes up, then maybe you switch to something else. But if it's the food that you got to eat and the gas you need to get to work, you can't switch to something else. Right. And it's the poorest Americans that can't. They spend most of their money on stuff that are necessities, and they're just radically worse off under Biden than they've been under Bob, any president that I can remember.
And Bob, the Democrats pride themselves on caring about black people. And as Kevin pointed out, under the Trump administration, black unemployment lowest ever. Donald Trump put historically funding for black colleges on a permanent basis for 10 years. He pardoned Jack Johnson, the first black heavyweight champion. Even Barack Obama didn't do that. George W. Bush didn't do that. There was a 15-year effort by Ken Burns and Sylvester Stallone, the actor, to do that. Neither of those presidents did it. Donald Trump did it, and Donald Trump secured the borders. The reason that's important is that the people that are hurt the most by unskilled illegal aliens, and that's most of them unskilled, are black and brown people living in the inner city with high school or less education. And he supported school choice to give people an option out of a bad, underperforming government school.
We've talked a little bit about economic policy and how it makes a difference when you do it right, when you do it wrong. In the couple of minutes we've got left, I want to go there. I remember distinctly, when COVID hit, when the pandemic hit, almost overnight we lost 20-some million, 24 million. I'm looking at my nose, 24 million jobs, literally in a matter of hours, it seemed. down to 133 million in our total workforce. But by the time Donald Trump exited the White House, in just 8 months, from that April to December, 17 million of those jobs had come back. And what I'm recalling is that he promised us, he said, I envision a V-shaped recovery. Yeah, we went down real quick, but we're gonna come back real quick. 17 million jobs in 8 months were coming back. That's a pretty rapid moving train of job creation. And Joe Biden's bragging, and I looked at the numbers, in a year after the train's already moving down the tracks and he's got all this economic momentum, he's generated 7 million jobs. So, and we're not even back quite to the point of where we were pre-pandemic in total job creation yet. So whose policies work the best? The guy that created 17 million jobs in 8 months, or the guy that's taken a year and is not even half that?
And Bob, the guy that did warp speed, that came up with these
Sure
vaccines
did.
in 11 months or so.
Handed Joe Biden a vaccine, that's right.
You know, the science wasn't followed. I'm in California. Governor Gavin Newsom shut down the state in a more draconian way than did anybody else, sitting up there at the French Laundry restaurant, incurring, by the way, a $12,000 wine tab with the very people that drafted the mandates that they weren't wearing masks, they weren't engaging in social distancing. Now, I'm not that knowledgeable about wine, but I assure you that $12,000 wine tab, they were not drinking Mad Dog 2020.
$2 Chuck.
He had his own kids enjoying in-person private education, and pre-pandemic, 75% of black boys in the 3rd grade could not read at state proficiency levels, and those levels are low. Math scores, even worse. They were denied a whole year of in-school private education, in-school government education. Half of all 3rd graders pre-pandemic could not read at state proficiency levels. They were denied a whole year of in-person education. It's absolutely outrageous. The science was not followed. A third of all restaurants are now gone forever in California, most of which were owned by black and brown people, the people the left pride themselves on caring about.
The thing that, you know, it's easy to forget history, but, the president called me back. I was literally in the outback of Australia when he called me back to help lead the economic response for the White House. I went back as senior advisor during COVID. I came back in March, right at the peak of it. And people forget how little we knew back then and the craziness that was being spewed by the health officials like Tony Fauci. And if Tony Fauci had his way, then we wouldn't have had that Trump recovery because he'd have kept the economy closed probably for the whole year.
Right.
And an example of how President Trump's leadership, saved the economy is my very first meeting of the task force when I came back into the White House. He asked me to present to the task force the economic impact of their shutdowns. And I said, second quarter GDP is going to be the worst quarter since the Great Depression. Those of you who saw me on TV, you remember me saying that. And if we had another quarter like that, I'm not sure the economy could recover. And after I made that presentation, all the task force members, their faces were white, they were pale. They didn't understand the harm they were doing to our country with their shutdowns. But Fauci's face was red. And he turned to the vice president and he said, I'm still in charge, right? But at that moment, everybody knew that he wasn't. And I think that any other president in that circumstance would have kept the economy closed like you see the blue states doing, and we'd have 10 or 15 or 20 million fewer jobs right now and probably a Great Depression if it wasn't for the heroic leadership of that president. Right.
Put your hands together very loud and thank Kevin and Larry Elder for a great panel. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Rick.
People are back.
This corridor is more than an energy project. It's an attack the weak against the strong. Freedom of speech is under attack.
We as conservatives have ultimate faith in people.
In here, no one tells us what to think.
This is Bethlehem, the birthplace of Jesus.
Give it to God. He is doing this for a reason. There is a way to find justice.
Has anyone told you you look like Joe Exotic?
Hands on top of your head.
Good or bad, I'm not gonna let anyone take my glory.
Daytona's a place where magic can happen.
At home with me, Paula Dean.
I'm Waters, and this is my world right here. The future for all freedom-loving people.
I think the best way you can thank me for being a veteran is be a good American.
If somebody can listen to this story and not immediately agree that that's the mark of a hero, I don't know what else I could say.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
The biggest threat to our freedom is big tech censorship. Are you tired of big tech and Chinese censors deciding what you are allowed to think, see, and say? There's a better alternative. Experience CPAC in the metaverse. An in-person realistic experience. Hear speakers up close as if you're really there. Express yourself. Connect with others. America's future is in your hands. The virtual CPAC experience happening at our booth. A new fortress for liberty is here.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Fangs Kill. Please welcome, from the Conservative Partnership Institute, Rachel Bovard. From the Federalist, Sean Davis. And your host, from Oklahoma, U.S. Senator James Lankford.
Well, howdy.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good Sunday morning, everybody. It's the Lord's Day. Great to be able to see everybody here. I'm James Lankford from Oklahoma. I'm me from Oklahoma here. There's a few of us scattered around here, so hopefully everybody can sing the song Oklahoma, and you're ready to be able to take that on. You want to introduce yourself real quick as well?
Well, good morning. I'm Rachel Bovard. I am the Senior Director of Policy at Jim DeMint's Conservative Partnership Institute, and I'm also the tech columnist for The Federalist.
Hi there, my name is Sean Davis. I'm co-founder of The Federalist. Thrilled to have Rachel on board. She's such a great voice for sanity and tech policy, and also great to have Senator Lankford here. It's good to know we have allies in Congress when it comes to regulating big tech. So I think everyone here probably agrees woke big tech is a cancer on the country, and it's going to crush our country if we don't destroy them. These are not nice actors just freely operating in a free market. These are hostile, monopolistic actors looking to crush us. My company, The Federalist, tried to be canceled by Google. Google worked together with NBC News. They worked with a foreign NGO to try and shut us down and demonetize us because we criticize the media's coverage of the BLM violent riots, it's shocking.
Right.
It's shocking. So I think the debate we have here before us, it's not so much anymore whether woke big tech is good or bad. I think the verdict is in on that. These are bad actors that are going to tear down this country. They would, if they had the ability today, they would cancel each one of us, they would cancel each one of you and everyone watching. And so the debate now isn't whether woke big tech is bad. The debate is not on whether they need to be crushed. The debate is on what we're going to do about it. And I know, Senator, you've got some ideas.
I do, and there's a lot that's out there, and everybody's seen it. For me, the wake-up moment was several years ago. I was actually in Silicon Valley, was meeting with some different tech executives there, and in just a private conversation in the hallway, I made the comment to somebody about his children and what do they do at their household, and he immediately responded back, "Oh, I don't let my kids get on any of the social media at all." And here's a Silicon Valley exec like, "Oh no, I would never let my family actually do this." And I've started asking different tech folks since then when I meet them, what do you do with your family? And most of them say, "Oh no, I don't let them on the platforms." They understand exactly what they're delivering and what they're doing, and we understand what this looks like in real censorship. But let me remind everybody what we're really talking about. So let me show you some of these things. This group all knows that Donald Trump was banned from Twitter, right? That was pretty obvious, but who does Twitter allow to be able to be on there still? Donald Trump is still banned. The Chinese government is still on Twitter. Let me show you several others. They're still on Twitter. Let's go to the next one. So, in fact, the Chinese government organizations, even outside like the embassy in Pakistan, they're still on. Nicolas Maduro. Now, Maduro is the unrightful head of Venezuela. Okay, he's not recognized by most countries. He's actually led to an overthrow of his own country and a domination. He's still on Twitter. Donald Trump is not. Let's keep going through this. Okay, Hezbollah, Hamas, they're on Twitter. They're such a nice NGO, aren't they? So there's Hamas, they're on Twitter still. Donald Trump is blocked. Who else? You can go back to Daniel Ortega, who just literally went through and did a fraudulent election. In every way, every international entity recognizes a fraudulent election there. He is actually on Twitter still. Donald Trump is not. Then you've got Erdogan. Erdogan from Turkey, who has brutalized his own people, who has literally locked up every journalist in his country, every educator in his country, and has fought vehemently imprisoning people in his own country. He is still actually out there. Donald Trump is not. Let's keep going. You can go through Cuba and those leaders. Great, nice people in Cuba. How about the Ayatollah in trying to be able to lead through what's happening in Iran? Still on Twitter. How about the former president of Russia here, Medvedev? Still on Twitter as they're attacking Ukraine. Still out there. Let me go through several others here. The Kremlin official site is still out there. While current violence is happening right now in Ukraine, the Kremlin is still able to put out all their propaganda via Twitter. So let me talk a little different subject here on it. So this is what's happened with Google. There's something called live action. If any of y'all are familiar with live action, amazing work that they do on exposing lots of different areas. Live action is putting out information because right now the biggest push on abortion is abortion pills. It's chemical abortions where they'll literally mail order people an abortion. So multiple entities are promoting chemical abortions and how you can be mailed this stuff. Live Action's also saying if you take the first pill in this, there is a way to reverse that and actually save the life of the child. So Live Action's putting out the information saying here's how to save your child if you choose to do that. Google is allowing the ads to be able to get an abortion, but not allowing the ads to be able to save the life of the child. So if you want to take the life of your child, you can run that ad. If you want to protect the life of your child, you cannot. Let's move on to the next. There's several in a row. Let's go to two more. Thank you very much. So Life News, the same thing. GoDaddy has blocked out Texas Right to Life, but they're allowing NARAL. So this is a website that's out there. If you want to have abortion or promote abortion, you can do that. If you want to actually protect the values and the life of children, you can't do that. Let's go to the next. Gets even more interesting. Everybody knows what the tech entities did to Parler. Within 48 hours, they decided they didn't like Parler, and they worked across multiple platforms, including Amazon Web Services, others, where they actually pull Parler down. Take the subjective nature of Apple. Apple and their apps platform, as they talk about objectionable content, any content they can take down, also includes, as you'll see highlighted here, things that people in Silicon Valley at Apple consider just plain creepy. If you do something just plain creepy, then they can actually take you off their platform. Let's go to the next one. This is a really interesting one for Facebook. This is a new one that we're just starting to be able to push out you might not have heard of yet. Facebook says that it's against their rules to promote anything unlawful. That should make sense. If you're going to promote something unlawful, you can't do that, except if it's illegally crossing our southern border. They will help you facilitate illegally crossing our southern border. That includes individuals reaching out to human smugglers. Now, this is directly from Meta itself, from Facebook, to say if people are reaching out to human smugglers and want to get in contact with them to be able to illegally cross the border, that is allowable under Facebook rules, but everything else they say illegal is not allowable. If you ever want to get into context what we're really up against, this is the kind of stuff that we're up against. It's completely subjective. It's what they feel like at the moment. It allows one group to be able to speak out on a constitutional protected speech and another group to just be ignored or wiped out or blocked.
So I want to talk about an aspect of this debate. Well, and thank you, Senator, for pointing all of that out. So when we think about everything Senator Langford just presented, why are these companies so powerful? What is it that gives them this massive control over speech and over the market? It's market concentration. And I want you to think for a moment, because we think about a lot of these platforms as speech platforms, and they are. We just had some great examples of how. But they're also market access platforms. And this doesn't get enough attention among conservatives, and I hope that it does, because if you are a small business in this country, to reach the mainstream market, you have to go through one of these platforms. If you're an app, if you're a Parler, if you are Truth Social, you have to go through Apple, and you have to go through Google. And we've just seen what Apple thinks is reasonable content, and it's not what a lot of us think. And so when we address this problem from a comprehensive standpoint, we have to acknowledge there is no free market in tech. We have to solve that problem before any of our alternative platforms can succeed. And so when our lawmakers say break them up, we need to hold them accountable to say, yes, break them up, because we want the free market to work in tech. We do not want to be ruled by monopolists who are changing our culture, who are changing our politics, who are changing the way we search for information. Consider that Google filters information for 90% of the world. Whatever Google decides to suppress or amplify is what you see. Do you think that that can have an impact on elections? I sure do. If you are a small business owner and Facebook shuts you off, you are like all of those conservative small businesses that I hear from every week saying, I can't access the market. I've lost all the data on all the people that were coming to my site just because Facebook decided something was too creepy. And you don't want to know what they decide is too creepy? A book publisher that was publishing books about Amy Coney Barrett and Ronald Reagan, right? A conservative clothing outlet. Nope, too creepy. Might promote the Second Amendment. So we really do need to get a handle on this market concentration problem, and we need to do that through targeted antitrust enforcement. Now, I hear a lot of times conservatives say, well, that's regulation. It's not regulation. Antitrust is law enforcement for the marketplace.
Right.
Conservatives support law enforcement in every other area. We need to support it in the market. We need to protect the free market so our small businesses can succeed, so our small competitors like Parler don't get wiped off the map because Jack Dorsey wants it to be that way. Okay, so we need to, this is the way you support the market, is you support antitrust enforcement. Now, one other thing I want to mention is I work in Washington, D.C., and I want to emphasize the David versus Goliath nature of this fight. Because these companies last year spent $65 million trying to buy the rules that govern them by lobbying Capitol Hill. The year after, they spent $70 million. This is 3 times what they spent a decade ago. And it is for one purpose, to protect themselves and sort of mess up everybody else. They think they get to decide what our self-government does to them, okay? And there's another thing that they're doing, and they have infected a lot of the conservative movement with their money, with their dollars. There is money flowing all over Washington, and I want to tell you the way you figure it out is to, if you use a Chrome browser, if you use a Google browser, download an application called Big Tech Funding. Then open up your Twitter account, and you will see, it will show you everybody who's taking money from these big tech firms. Because again, they have one goal, and it is to control speech, it is to control the market, it is to control the government, and it is to control you. We don't want to put up with that anymore. We need to take aggressive policy steps to show them who's in charge. It's not Google, it's not Apple, it's not Facebook, it's not Amazon, it's us. In a self-government, we are the ones that rule. The big tech companies don't rule us.
Right. Amen. So, Sean, solve it for us.
Well, so I think the first thing we have to do is recognize that there actually is a role for laws in government here. We hear so often, oh, it's not conservative. Conservatives believe in the free market. They don't believe in regulation. We don't have a free market here. So look at Google. And I like to use the analogy, imagine that you had a company that made all the cars. This company also makes all the tires. It also extracts all of the oil out of the ground. It refines it, sends it to the gas stations, which it also owns. And the same company, in addition to owning all the engines and the cars and the tires and the gas, also owns all the roads. And what happens at that point, just like what Google does, it gets to control where you go and how you get there. And imagine if we had one company in charge of all those saying, you know what, we're fine if you go to the liquor store, but you're not going to church. And that private school, you're not going there. Oh, and you want to go to a Republican Party meeting, you're not going there either. That's what we have. So the first thing we have to do to fix it is realize that these are hostile monopolies that are using their market power to crush dissent, to crush political speech, and to bring about political outcomes that they want through their censorship. If you go on Google and you use their autocomplete, you can go there and type in censorship, and you will start seeing it auto-fill in, censorship is good, censorship is fine, censorship isn't bad. The first thing we have to do to fix this problem is understand that there is a role for government, for laws, for regulation, to fix this so that we actually have free markets, actually have a free private sector so people can freely speak.
So there's several areas that we've got to be able to take on here. Both of y'all have brought up the issue of the free market, and that's the issue of antitrust. That's the Department of Justice actually stepping up and doing their job, spending more time working on breaking up all these big tech companies than they are attacking parents at school board meetings. That would be helpful. So that's one piece of this. The second piece of this deals with Section 230, which we've talked about a lot. We haven't talked about here very much on it, but it's been out there a lot. Section 230, we need to rip it out and start all over again.
Absolutely.
On this. The Section 230 was created in the earliest days of the internet to be able to make sure that we could go after child porn, that we go after those things that if any of those entities show up, we can have the opportunity to be able to get those things out, and then we encourage those companies, in fact, require those companies to be able to get it. Now it's become a shield that they hide behind in the process, and it has to be addressed. Now we have to still deal with things like the child pornography. There are bad people out there putting really horrible, horrible stuff out there. We just used the Section 230 piece a couple of years ago to deal with a group called Backpage. Backpage was online, literally sex trafficking children through their site saying, not our problem, not our problem, when it was clearly that's what the whole thing was designed to do, was to be able to traffic children into sexual, all kinds of horrible stuff. So there is a need to be able to have some of those things out there, but we've got to be able to have real legislative pieces that they can't come through and say, this is constitutionally protected speech, but I think it's creepy. This is constitutionally protected speech, but I don't like this particular version of it. Or this is illegal activity, but I'm going to look the other way when it's illegal activity in China, because I want to be able to sell to 1 billion people in China, but then I'm going to promote illegal activity crossing the border. So we've got to be able to zero in on that law itself.
Yeah, a couple things I want to say about Section 230. So for a lot of conservatives, I debate these issues across Washington, and they say, well, why would you want the government involved? Section 230 is the government, okay? Right. Section 230 was created in a law passed by Congress in 1996. It is big tech's government subsidy. Now, it acts across the internet, but these biggest platforms, they benefit from it more than anyone else. So the government has a controlling interest in going in and saying, that law we passed, we should re-examine it and update it. We do this all the time. Conservatives support this type of behavior. Right. The second thing I want to say about Section 230 is Senator Langford is absolutely right. These companies use Section 230 as a bulletproof shield to allow children to be trafficked into sex slavery. Facebook last year argued in the Supreme Court of Texas, oh, we knew that 14 and 15-year-old girls were being trafficked on Instagram, but it wasn't our problem. We knew that their mothers contacted us even after one of them was rescued and was still being pimped out on Instagram. We know that she contacted us, but it just must have gotten lost. It's nothing that we're supposed to do because we're protected by Section 230. That was never the intent of the law. It needs to be updated and it needs to be changed. Yep.
Well, a major reason for that is what the courts have done to it.
Yeah.
If you read Section 230, it's pretty clear. What they were trying to do was make sure that ISPs, that we're kind of at the beginning of the internet when this is written.
Internet service providers for everybody else, okay.
AOLs, you know, however, your Comcast or whatever, that they weren't going to be held responsible for what you, a user, said on the internet. So it was targeted towards ISPs, but it wanted to give them the ability to go after illegal people, child traffickers, drug traffickers, and all that. And instead, what we've had the court do is turn this thing into a complete liability shield, a complete get-out-of-jail-free card for tech. And the only way you fix a law that has been completely perverted by the courts is by going in, rewriting the law, and making clear to the courts who don't like to have limits imposed on them that, sorry, limits are coming.
Yep, rip and replace.
Yep.
That's what you've got to be able to do at this point to be able to make sure that you keep this clear. Let me raise one other quick issue just to bring an awareness to you. Some of these free apps that you download, if you go through the long I accept language that's there and actually read through it, you'll find out that they're actually using your microphone and your camera and your GPS location and your contacts and your information to be able to actually be the resource. So that game may be free to you, but you should ask the simple question, who's the developer of this game? Who's actually funding this game? And where does my data go? Because you will find that you'll be in conversation sometimes with somebody in a group, and then you'll open up your phone next, and then you'll see an ad for the product that you just discussed. You know why that is? Because they have your microphone open, tracking what you talk about to then press ads to you on those issues. So I can't caution you enough. When we're dealing with tech in those free games that are out there, they are funded somehow, and often it is based off your information is how they actually get it, then sell it, and that's an area we have got to address, is getting access to people's microphones, their cameras, their contacts, and to make sure we actually protect consumers in this.
And this is why Section 230 reform is necessary, but not sufficient. Because to take on this problem in totality, you need Section 230 reform, you need data privacy reform, you need antitrust enforcement. So be wary of anyone telling you there's one silver bullet, because there's not. We need a whole comprehensive policy approach to get these companies under control.
Yep, and it probably actually needs to be more than just a federal thing. There are avenues here for state lawmakers, state legislatures to come in and say, you know what, if you want to operate here, you're going to have to stop stealing people's data. You're going to have to stop selling it. Because the thing is, if you've got a product and it's free, you're the product. They are selling you. They are selling your information. It's not free. You're paying for it with all your privacy.
So what to do on this? We encourage you to stay in contact with state legislators, with your state attorney general, because they have authority to be able to deal with some of these issues. Stay in contact with legislators. Let's rip out and replace 230. Let's actually get enforcement with our U.S. Attorney General in the areas he should actually be enforcing on all these antitrust suits. And then let's take on data privacy. But let's keep this conversation going and not like drift off and not say, gosh, they got a big part of the market. There's nothing we can do about it. We've got to open up the competition. Y'all, thanks. It's great to get a chance to be able to sit and visit with y'all today.
Thank you.
Thanks y'all for staying engaged.
People are back.
This corridor is more than an energy project. It's an attack the weak against the strong. Freedom of speech is under attack.
We as conservatives have ultimate faith in people.
In here, no one tells us what to think.
This is Bethlehem, the birthplace of Jesus.
Give it to God. He is doing this for a reason. There is a way to find justice.
Has anyone told you look like Joe Exotic?
Hands on top of your head.
Good or bad, I'm not gonna let anyone take my glory.
Daytona is a place where magic can happen.
At home with me, Paula Dean.
I'm Waters, and this is my world right here. The future for all freedom-loving people.
I think the best way you can thank me for being a veteran is be a good American.
If somebody could listen to this story and not immediately agree that that's the mark of a hero, I don't know what else I could say.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
Building on the success of the 2020 campaign, we're engaging with diverse communities more than ever. The RNC made a multi-million-dollar investment to engage with Asian Pacific American, Indian American, Native American, Black American, and Hispanic communities in key states across the country. These community centers, the advertisements run in these neighborhoods, the extensive media engagement, and interviews with local and national outlets are reaching voters closer to home more than ever before.
The RNC, with this investment, we're in these communities a year in advance of the election, and we're having conversations, and it is really going well and expanding our party.
The head of the Republican National Committee is taking on the nonpartisan commission that has been holding presidential debates for 34 years.
Chairwoman McDaniel put forth this letter and said, we've got to make some changes.
The RNC is saying enough is enough. We are opening the field to a different way to do debate with a commission that's not biased. They picked a moderator in 2020 that worked for Joe Biden. They started debates after early voting, and many of their committee members publicly disparaged the Republican nominee.
Good for you, because the bias was obvious.
Now, you're not saying you're against debates, you're against the debate commission, and I agree with you.
So we're saying to them, we're going to work on behalf of our nominee and our voters to fight for a fair forum that isn't biased against the Republican Party.
A message from Voter Safe House. Are you one of the 69% of Americans concerned about voter integrity, or of the 76% concerned about disenfranchisement? Voter Safe House is here for you. Our patent-pending technology can end voter irregularity at local and federal levels, bringing confidence back to the vote in the USA. So tell a friend, tell your family. Voter Safe House, because we're all in this together. For more information and press contacts, visit votersafehouse.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel is Trump's ambassadors. Please welcome Ambassador Carla Sands, Ambassador Ilana Marks, Ambassador Linda Blanchard, and your moderator, co-host CPAC Now, Mercedes Schlapp.
Because we've got a Donald Trump Jr. He's backstage, okay? So he's going to be our big closer. And look, all these young women over here, get inspired by this panel, okay? Because these are dynamic leaders who stood in the international stage on behalf of Donald J. Trump, and I can't wait to talk more about this. So let me start with you, Ambassador Blanchard. What made you decide to become a Trump ambassador?
Well, God opened all the doors, and I had been working with my nonprofit going in and out of D.C. and made a lot of friends in D.C., and I got a phone call 2 weeks after the election, so you could have pinched me.
And you were ambassador of?
Slovenia, the First Lady's country. Thank you.
And how was that experience?
It was amazing. I had to pinch myself every day on the fact that we were able to get so much done together. They were so hungry for a strong political ambassador.
That's fabulous. Now let me ask you, Ambassador Marks, you also made this decision to take on this role as being one of our top diplomats in the world. How was your experience, and did it meet your expectation? Is it what you thought it was going to be?
Yes. I had started a company on my kitchen table, took it around the US and globally for 30 years. And when President Trump, the day after the election, asked me to serve, I served. It was the extraordinary opportunity of a lifetime to be able to get things done, to be able to increase the bilateral relationship, bring our tremendous American companies with their expertise to South Africa, increase thousands of jobs in the United States because of President Trump and the America First policy.
That's wonderful. And you were ambassador of?
South Africa.
That's right, that's right. And now, Carla Sands, Miss Ambassador, let me ask you, Madam Ambassador, how was when you got the call to come and serve, why did you take on this challenge?
It was a dream of a high school girl when I was growing up in Pennsylvania, and I worked hard to help President Trump get elected in 2016. And then I was honored he appointed me to his Economic Advisory Council and then as his ambassador to Denmark. And we did put America First policies forward every single day. We worked to counter Russia and China. We worked every day to increase American jobs here at home. In fact, that's what led me to decide to run for the Senate in Pennsylvania.
So you have this, you all had to develop some thick skin because I'm sure you're coming in They know that President Trump is going to break the China, and we're not only talking about the country of China, but to break the China and basically, approach diplomacy in a different way. What do you believe was President Trump's diplomatic goal?
100% NATO 2%. So our goal in Europe was to focus on NATO 2%.
Explain 2%.
So that is where the president wanted us to be sure that the NATO partners in Europe bumped up to their fair share. What does that do? That takes the tax burden off American citizens. Right now, we can see how important it was and is to have a strong NATO, because that's what's going to protect the Ukraine and the rest of Europe right now. And we really focused on that, pulling in defense products, and they're in a better position now to protect Europe than they were 4 years ago before we arrived because of President Trump.
Ambassador Marks, but we're seeing right now a bit of a delay in terms of NATO's response to in the international crisis between Russia and Ukraine. How do you approach this? If you would be the ambassador now under the Biden administration, what would be your advice?
I would be incredibly hands-on, as we were in South Africa. We created a nuclear energy deal with South Africa, with the United States, the first time in South Africa and Africa. We brought, the first time in 10 years, a Navy ship to South Africa, a destroyer. We brought the US Air Force for the first time ever to South Africa. And thanks to President Trump, we were able to get tremendous amount done with the bilateral relationship that had languished for 20 years, and thereby with NATO, follow everything that President Trump had suggested. They're not paying their fair share. They're not doing everything that President Trump had effected so well. This needs to be done in terms of assisting Ukraine now. Thank you, President Trump, for everything you did.
Yes.
Ambassador Sands, we know Ambassador Rick Grinnell spoke on stage. He talked about the importance that it's not just about the military, it's not about just military needs, but the critical part of that diplomacy plays during an international crisis. We're obviously seeing this unfold on the international stage on what's happening with Russia and Ukraine. How important is it to make sure that our diplomatic efforts are effective, although it really feels like it's slipping out of our hands?
Right, so clearly this has been a diplomatic failure under President Biden's weak leadership, and that is why Russia has invaded Ukraine. They would never have done this under President Trump's leadership. He led peace through strength. While I was the US ambassador to Denmark, it was also to Greenland and the Faroe Islands, and we worked to counter Russia and China in the high north. My team and I blocked that Russian gas pipeline, Nord Stream 2. First, with the threat of, we had, first of all, it was in Danish waters we blocked it, and then we had the threat of sanctions. And so we were successful. We know President Biden approved the Keystone XL pipeline and then, or killed the Keystone XL and approved the Russian gas pipeline Nord Stream 2, which allowed Putin to go into Ukraine. It's one of the pieces of the puzzle. So we worked, all of us, to counter Russia and China. Right now, Russia is the big bully going into Ukraine, and we have, of course, this is a threat to the United States as well, because NATO could be dragged in. But as a matter of fact, we have to counter China. That is the real threat to our US sovereignty. We have to have energy security, and we can grow that energy security here in the US and in Pennsylvania, where I live, because we have enough energy just under my state to power our entire country for 300 years. So we need Operation Warp Speed. So we have energy security going forward, and we don't need Russian gas to power, Russian oil to power places like New England.
Kevin Hassett, who is a former chairman of our council, our economic council in the White House, he talked about how Europe has become even more dependent on the Russians in terms of their need for natural gas, in terms of their need for oil. So it really has empowered Putin. And just reading through what Senator Marco Rubio has been tweeting out, there is a sense that there's been a sudden shift with Putin, where yes, before he would talk the tough talk, we knew he was dangerous, but now it seems like his behavior is changing. He is feeling very aggressive, very belligerent. What do you think will be the end game here? When will Russia stop? Will they stop? Will they stop just at Ukraine?
I believe if President Biden does not look strong right now, then they're going to keep moving. We have to have a strong United States of America. The world depends on the U.S. to be that leader. When I was serving in Slovenia, China was very focused on grabbing that port. Do you know why? Slovenia's port is the northernmost port in the Adriatic without the Chinese footprint ownership. That means Venice, right next door, is sold out. We have to protect our ports here in the U.S. from China.
As we're shifting to China, Ambassador, we have seen that China's taken a stronghold in Latin America. China's taken a stronghold in Africa. We know that there has been, obviously, a close alliance between President Xi and President Putin, really putting us in, I think, one of the most dangerous moments that we're living in our lifetime. What are your thoughts?
Yes. In August 23rd, 2001, I was in Odessa in Ukraine and saw President Putin arrive for the 10th anniversary celebrations of Ukraine as an independent nation. I was a few hundred feet away from Putin. And this is an example of the duplicitous behavior of President Putin that President Trump alluded to, how smart he was. You cannot predict what he will do in the future. But the bottom line is China. And we were able in South Africa to stop China with the Belt and Road Initiative, both in South Africa by bringing the best technology and advancements of the United States to South Africa with all the government ministers, and thereby increase trade in a COVID lockdown year by 31.7% between the United States and United States and South Africa, and thereby stopping China in its tracks, and South Africa being the anchor for all of Africa, South Africa being the anchor for all of Africa. And I believe this needs to strongly continue to deter China in its global ambitions.
When you look at China, you're seeing that they see an opportunity to move into Taiwan. Obviously, they've had a huge presence in the South China Sea. And they must feel like if Putin's getting away with this, why can't we get away with this?
I agree with you. So President Biden is weak. China sees him weak, and we know what bullies do to weak. They attack. And so I am concerned for Taiwan, for our friend Taiwan, but I'm also concerned for the globe, because China's ambitions are to reset all the laws and the sort of rules of the road, which have been largely controlled by democracies since World War II. We've largely had peace. Under President Trump, we had no new wars. Now the bully nations see weakness in Washington. We need a strong United States president. We need strong conservatives in the Congress and in the Senate. And we need to secure the United States. China attempts to take us over in every way. They steal our intellectual property, hundreds of billions of dollars a year. Nothing is too small. They even try to insert themselves in school boards. They attempt to influence our elected leaders, our corporations. It is the biggest threat in the world, and we have to be energy secure. We need free and fair trade. President Trump improved our trade with China. He got the USMCA instead of NAFTA. He got trade deals with Japan that were better. He even improved our trade with the EU, but it's still not a level playing field. We need fair and free trade with the rest of the world without high tariffs on our American manufactured goods and produce. We have to fight for this. The American economy and the world economy depends on our strong leadership. And then we need a strong military. We need to secure our power grids. There are so many ways that Russia and China, especially, are attempting to attack the United States. Even our universities are under their influence, and we need to take it back and make sure that we promote democracy in the United States and a love for our culture and our wonderful heritage. It's essential that we teach our kids also that we ban CRT and don't let them hate our country, because the communist influence is powerful, even in the United States.
Yeah. And one of the dynamics the Chinese really create is they love the fact when we're very divided, right?
They do.
They love the fact when Americans are pitting one group against the next. And they look at us and they don't respect us.
They do not.
And so with China, Ambassador Sands brought up the great point about the importance of fair and free trade, reciprocal trade. What inroads do you think we made during President Trump's time when it came to this issue on trade?
Huge in our country where I served in Slovenia. We were able to do port-to-port trade for the first time ever with Alabama Power bringing in turbines, $78 million just for that one port-to-port trade. So it was our focus to also look at niches, how we can learn from each other in niches. And right now, I'll tell you, the United States of America needs to work on chips and bearings.
Yeah.
That's the number one, number two focus that we need to be able to do for ourselves. In Alabama, I came back as ambassador, Redstone Arsenal, selling all these defense products to Europe. Right now, Europe is a gold mine. They still have that money sitting there because through COVID, they really weren't spending a lot. They were holding close. Now they have this money sitting there for us to buy U.S., Alabama, because of Redstone, defense products. But it's critical to keep that trade going. The first panel before us was talking about cybersecurity.
Yes.
I actually partnered with European Command, and we were able to get a cybersecurity hub in Slovenia that services all of Central Europe. That is critical. That's critical for security, national security for us, NATO in general, and it's exciting that that came to fruition this year, right after I left.
Ambassador Marks, also on this issue of trade, what inroads were we able to make in countries like South Africa and really on the African continent in general?
We were able to pivot trade towards South Africa with the assistance, the strong assistance and support of President Trump in every area of government, from infrastructure to power to energy, every single aspect of energy. And in fact, the Taiwanese trade consul came to see me in November of 2020 talking about microchips in Taiwan. And we assured them that under the strong peace through strength leadership of President Trump, they were assured. And President Trump was so supportive in assisting to pivot the supply chain on many goods and services that South Africa and Africa is very rich in, from China to South Africa and thereby Africa. And it was working really, really well. And this needs to be continued.
In talking with your friends across the globe and just being in touch with international leaders, Ambassador Sands, are they concerned right now, the state of our diplomacy and the state of the world?
So the world is very concerned because they need strong American leadership. There's no substitute. We really are the leaders in NATO. And in fact, while I was in Denmark, I worked on, as I said, trade, increasing US jobs, and also increasing our US security. And I went on a Navy vessel, a Danish Navy vessel, and I looked in the missile silos and there were no missiles. So I said, okay, but where are the missiles? Oh, Madam Ambassador, we can't afford them. So we got Denmark to increase their NATO contributions to get closer to that 2% that they promised back in 2014. We were able to sell them American-made missiles. We were actually able to increase U.S. exports to Denmark over 43% while I was there, creating thousands of jobs here at home. But the world, thank you, the world needs more American leadership, and the world needs to get it right. They contributed over $400 billion more under President Trump's strong leadership with our NATO allies and partners, but you can see they're not getting it done. The American taxpayer is still carrying most of the burden for Europe's defense, while Europe is importing Russian gas and oil. They need to buy American energy. I'd like to see warp speed. I'd like to see warp speed for energy, and we get the permitting right, and we explode our American energy potential. I told you we have so much under the ground in Pennsylvania. Our whole country is awash in more energy than Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. Let's do it, and let's share it with our allies. It's good for America. It's good for the world. We can do this, but we have to have strong conservatives in the Senate, in Congress, and in the White House.
Can we talk nuclear?
Please, please.
So we're talking energy. People don't know, Slovenia is the European country that has the only U.S. product nuclear plant. It was my job to convince Slovenia, because we were selling nuclear to all the countries in Europe, especially Germany, if you can believe that. So it was my job to convince them to sign a new nuclear agreement so that we could start the new talks with our new nuclear that is very, very top secret. And I was able to do that in December before I left in January to get that partnership going, and that in itself is a $20 billion deal. Forget the impact that it can have in Europe with this nuclear U.S. product plan. So it's huge.
And also in the area of energy, the Minister of Energy of South Africa, Gwede Mantashe, a wonderful gentleman, was head of the Communist Party and one of the leadership of the ANC, who I brought to the United States, and in our bilateral forum signed that all the future energy needs of South Africa, and thereby as an example to Africa, would be aligned with the United States.
That's great.
We've only, got about 90 seconds. I want to make sure we get just your final thoughts on this. And so, really, what is your advice to, let me just explain something to you. The Democrats did everything they could to slow down our ambassadors from getting confirmed in this administration.
Yes.
True.
How long did it take? Over a year and a half. We were without our Trump ambassadors in these countries. These are the dirty politics that these Democrats love to play.
Yes.
And they got in there and they had little time to do a lot of work.
Yeah.
So I do want to get your I had to just get that off my chest.
It's true. It's true.
It's so annoying.
It's true.
So just final thoughts. What advice would you give your ambassador that's currently in your post? What advice would you give them right now based on the current landscape?
100%. We have a new NATO ambassador with our country that just arrived 2 weeks. So she's only been in post 2 weeks. We've already been in discussion, so I've already told her, keep up the work with NATO, strengthen that partnership. When I arrived, our partnership was very weak with NATO. Slovenia was a pro-Russia country. Putin's playground is what it was called. So keep being protective from Russia with that NATO partnership, because that's what strengthens everything. And I said the same thing that Melania, First Lady, said to me. Reach out anytime, because you know where I am for any questions.
Excellent. Thank you. Ambassador.
My vetting took 2 years with many, many obstacles, but I was absolutely determined, having the honor of serving President Trump, his administration. And when I arrived in South Africa, China had made tremendous inroads because things were just languishing. It's not a coincidence that shortly after I arrived, the Chinese ambassador was relocated back to China. And for the entire length, that I served President Trump's administration, in South Africa, there was no Chinese ambassador.
Well done.
Oh my goodness.
Only after I left in February 2021, shortly after that, a Chinese ambassador crept into South Africa again. But we made tremendous inroads in combating all the advancements that China had made in South Africa and thereby Africa. And I strongly advise future administrations to keep up this good work of our administration in going forward. It's terribly important for the safety and security strategically for the United States going forward. Thank you, President Trump, for assisting with this.
Final word, Ambassador Sands.
Sure. So I guess I would say to my successor, I hope that you work as hard as my team and I did, because we got so many good things done on behalf of the United States. The U.S. hadn't been paying attention to the High North for 67 years. We hadn't had a consulate in Greenland or a diplomatic relationship. China and Russia were all over the place in a place called the GI-UK gap. It goes from Greenland to the UK. And there's a little place called the Faroe Islands up there. And Russia was all over, China was all over, and we were nowhere to be seen. But we were able, with President Trump's support, to harness the US government, the State Department, Commerce, Interior, Energy, the Department of Defense, and even working with NATO and EUCOM to get that region, which is close to North America, and even some of it part of North America, to get it more secure. So I hope that work will continue and that we pay attention to the world and don't go to sleep at the switch. It's important to the world's security that the United States, that we pay attention to the rest of the world. We see what happens with Ukraine when we have a weak president and we have a bully and they invade. God help us, we need to pray for Ukraine and that NATO does not get pulled into this with an invasion of a neighboring country, because that draws the United States into a war, and I fear for our world. Thank you very much.
Can I say one thing about Sunday?
Real quick, we got
Okay, so today is Sunday, and I want to say that we have been focusing on Ephesians 6:10 through 20, and that talks about putting on his armor. We need to daily put on his armor so that we can all, not just appointees or candidates, governor candidate, Senate candidate, we need to all step up, put on his armor, and fight this battle, because it's going to take everyone.
Amen. Well, what a great power panel.
One further thing. I also please want to add that arguably and objectively under President Trump, we had the greatest group of ambassadors ever, and particularly women ambassadors, and you only have to look at their accomplishments.
Well, you know so much who's
Thank
in
you,
charge
Mercedes.
here. Thank you all so much.
Thank you to Matt.
for joining us.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Sorry, Stacey, you are not the governor. Please welcome, from Georgia, Representative Jody Hice, Fox News contributor Sarah Carter, former Florida Attorney General Pam Bondi, and your host, CPAC First Vice Chairman Charlie Giroux.
Good afternoon. Sorry, Stacey, you're not the governor.
Thank goodness.
And we're here today to talk about something that I know all of you find vitally important, and the rest of the nation looks to us for leadership on. And that is the issue of election integrity. Because ultimately, if we can't trust the vote, there simply are no winners. And so the job before all of us is to make sure that we find it easy to vote, but impossible to cheat. And with me, I'm joined by three stalwarts in that fight. Congressman Jody Hice, Sarah Carter of Fox News fame, and Pam Bondi, the former Attorney General of one of those southern states.
That's right.
Who defended President Trump in the first impeachment and then went on to represent him in the post-2020 election matters, shall we say. So I want to begin with the no-brainer. Planes, trains, and automobiles. You can't get on an airplane, you can't ride a train, you can't rent a car without a picture identification. Is there any reason, Congressman, that people ought to be able to vote without an ID card?
No reason. And listen, the American people agree with this. It doesn't matter which side of the aisle, the American people want secure elections. And I can tell you in Georgia, we didn't have that this past go-around, but when at the very minimum, people want access to votes, but they want to know that you are who you say you are and that you are a legitimate registered voter.
Sarah?
Well, I absolutely agree. And one little bone to pick, because under the Biden administration now, apparently you can fly if you have a warrant for your arrest. So just that one little bone to pick, you know? I mean, you can. But think about this. You know how insulting it is to tell people in a community that, well, you know, they're so poor or they're so uneducated, they don't know how to get an ID, right? I mean, it's an insulting statement. People can get an ID. They absolutely can get there. They can get an ID. They can get a ride. And even in some states where they offered that opportunity, the Democrats shot it down. So the question is why, right? Why are they so insistent that you don't need an ID when you go to vote? So I agree. I'm going to agree with Jody. I'm going to agree. I'm sure Pam is going to say the same.
I don't think Pam's going to argue with this, so I'm going to shift just a little bit. General, you have been so instrumental in the legal defense of President Trump and of fair and honest elections.
Thank you.
You've now filed some suits in state courts under your new title with the America First Policy Institute. Tell us a little bit about the actions you're taking in state courts.
Well, we're really proud of what we're doing, and it's hard work that needs to be done. But first, let me go back to that. The Rasmussen, right off the press, polling, 85% of Americans support requiring photo ID.
That's right.
88% of Americans support cleaning up bad voter rolls. Who could ever fight against that? I mean, that's just, it's crazy. Who could ever fight against that? So yeah, at America First, what we've done, and start following this, all eyes now are on Pennsylvania. And we have some experience in Pennsylvania, especially post-election. So Pennsylvania, they filed a lawsuit and they won in the lower court, and now it's going up to the Supreme Court. But at America First Policy Institute, just last week, we came in and filed a brief to help them to support election integrity in their state. And we're going to appeal it the whole way up if we have to. But that's why these are so important to happen now, because we have until November 8th, 2022. So these cases are going on all over our country. And that's why, anyone here from Georgia? Look what Georgia's doing.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, our Georgia legislatures, and that's where it belongs, by the way, with the states. It's called states' rights. We have a republic.
Right.
But all of these laws now are so important, Congressman.
That's right.
In Georgia. And, you know, look what happened in Michigan. Michigan filed, they filed a great law. It was really neat. Everybody could go out. Anybody here from Michigan? Back corner. So in Michigan, it was a really creative idea. It was great. You could go out and they gave you free ID cards, and then you would just go in and use them to vote. The Michigan legislature voted that into law. Guess who vetoed it? Governor Whitmer.
Well, we've had some interesting twists and turns along the way most recently. One of the good things for my friends across the country in Pennsylvania, Act 77, which was the law unfortunately passed by a lot of Republican votes that gave automatic, no excuse, mail-in balloting, the rule, was ruled unconstitutional by our state courts. So that's good news, and we thank you for what you're doing. I want to shift just a second, Congressman, to the attempts to take over this on a national level. And before I do, we're not allowed to electioneer here on this stage because of our tax status, but I am allowed to say, because it's a matter of fact, that you are a candidate for Secretary of State in the state of Georgia, running against some person whose name I can't remember.
That's right.
And just parenthetically, to kind of set up where we should have started from the beginning, Stacey Abrams, who is a political operative extraordinaire, I think we would agree that, lost the election for governor by 55,000 votes. That's more people than live in the city of Harrisburg, our state capital. And yet she claimed that she had properly won that election, but had been stolen from her by voter suppression, despite the fact that, you can correct me if I'm wrong, in that election, more people turned out to vote than at any time in the history of Georgia. So how does voter suppression work in Georgia, Congressman?
Well, it doesn't. Let me tell you what voter suppression is. Voter suppression is when a fraudulent ballot is cast and nullifies a legally cast ballot. That is suppression. And look, Stacey Abrams has zero evidence of any voter suppression. She's still claiming she won that 2018 election, which is absolutely false. And in 2018, just keep in mind, Georgia had no sending out absentee ballots to everyone on the voter registration file like we had in 2020, both active and inactive voters. 2018 had no ballot drop boxes like we had in 2020. 2020 in Georgia was filled with voter fraud and tons of evidence to back it up. And Stacey has no foot to stand on in her argument for 2018.
Sarah, as an investigative journalist, why do you think it is that the media doesn't go after Stacey Abrams for refusing to concede and claiming that she still won and the election was fraudulent, whereas they do with some other person on the national stage?
Oh, I think I know who you're talking about. Well, what we've seen, the media become highly politicized, and the media has refused to do their job. And I'm talking about what we would call the mainstream media that has all the resources, right? The New York Times, the Washington Post, the big channels. We've seen it with CNN. We've seen what's happened with MSNBC. And despite what everyone thinks, they have failed to do the job because they're pretty much owned by the government. This is what I say. They have become, buddy-buddy, even when we were doing the Russia hoax, and investigating what was happening there with Christopher Steele's dossier and everything. They refused to do their proper investigations. They would normally, you would think that with their resources, that would be one of the biggest stories of the year. Instead, what they did was disseminate false information against a president of these United States. And now we're looking with the elections, the American people don't trust anymore, and that's very frightening. They don't believe in the integrity of the election. You go across the United States, you talk to people, the truckers who are now supporting the truckers in Canada, the regular hardworking, American men and women who work with their hands, who live paycheck to paycheck, no longer trust the system that many of them have been fighting overseas for, our soldiers, our men and women who are on the front lines of this battle. And that really frightens me because it's a danger to our democracy. And Charlie, you and I have talked about that. And what we need to do, and our lawmakers need to do, is get back to a place where the American people are first, where the American people can trust in the integrity of our elections, trust in the integrity of our lawmakers, and that requires the media to do its job. to get out there and no matter what, tell the truth. Break the stories. It doesn't matter if it's Stacey Abrams, it doesn't matter if it's President Trump. They have to tell the story, tell it truthfully, and they can't be afraid to challenge those in power. That's our job.
And Pam Bondi, what are the other stories that the media is failing to tell us?
Oh, well, many. And to go back, we need to give a big round of applause for this woman, because what if we didn't have the Sarah Carter of this world? No, I mean it. She is a patriot. She is a patriot, and she is also my friend, but completely,
I love her dearly.
Completely unbiased.
I paid her for that. No, just...
What she does, though, without her, I mean, what would be happening? And without people like you and you, Congressman, out there fighting the fight, and our voices have to be heard. And that's what's so important. Yeah, so just as, to go back to Stacey Abrams, one of our favorite topics, the great Alveda King, who was on the board of America First with me. I love, and I wrote this quote down from Alveda, talking about when President Biden and the Vice President and Stacey Abrams try to cause these racial divides about election integrity. It's crazy. This is what Alveda King said. It's an insulting publicity stunt that will seek to divide our nation on racial lines when what we need is leadership that respects the human dignity of all.
Right.
Alveda King.
I just want to chip in here for 1 second, Pam, because you can't make this stuff up. This morning, I get an email that says, Giroux's support of Stacey Abrams is unknown. Very troubling to me. It says, name Giroux, supporter status unknown, and then it says Giroux. I guess they think that's my first name, not my last name. I don't know. Giroux, we just checked our records, and it doesn't seem like you've taken any actions to support Stacey Abrams. We know this can't be true, right? Don't hold your breath, folks. I just thought I'd chip that in there, Congressman, because you've had to deal with her at home. And you got to give the devil their due. She is the consummate politician.
She's an incredible politician, and unfortunately in Georgia, she's been literally given, an enormous political footprint because of incompetent leadership that we currently have in the office that I'm running that you mentioned. And look, at the end of the day, we've got to fight back. We are a country that's based upon the consent of the governed. And if ever, the consent of the governed's voice, primarily expressed at the ballot box, is compromised or violated, then we are in serious trouble. And as people like Stacey Abrams, who are seeking to compromise that sacred trust at the ballot box, and we all have got to stand up and defend that which is the epicenter of our liberty in this country.
Right.
One of the things that I've been saying all along through my campaign for governor of Pennsylvania is that election integrity is up to each and every one of us. It's all about what we do. So just very quickly, and I'll go the reverse way. Pam Bondi, what are the 2 or 3 things that are most important to guarantee free and fair elections?
I'm so glad you said that about being up to every one of us, and you all are representing probably almost every state in the country here at CPAC and those listening. Support your state legislators. Yes. Support them in this election. I believe we have over 40 in session now throughout the country. There are over 750 pieces of election integrity legislation out there throughout our country right now. Support your lawmakers. You've got to be there. It's for every illegal vote, miscounted, fraudulent, it steals a vote from one of you, from one of us. It steals a vote. And that's why it is so important to be outspoken and support them. Because really, November 2022, a lot can happen to ensure election integrity between now and then. And some are some really easy things, Charlie, like, hey, you have to be a US citizen to vote. Can you believe we're even having to say that? thanks to New York and San Francisco, we're having to talk about that today. That's crazy. But support your legislatures.
Sarah Carter.
I have to agree with you on state legislatures. And I mean, we really not only support them, but realize that I think we are all a part of the system. I think we've not remembered that for some time, right? We've kind of left it up to the government, leave it up to the state legislatures, leave it up to our lawmakers, but we're a part of that. I mean, they work for us. We do not work for them, and we have to keep reminding ourselves that it's up to each and every one of us to make a difference. And I think once we get to that point, just like we saw in Canada, where the people were standing up to Justin Trudeau, despite everything that happened to them. And I think we've got to give them a round of applause because, boy, I was there, and that was incredible. That was incredible. But what I realized when I was there talking to them, to the young truckers, to the French farmers, and even here in the United States, out in California with the truckers, and just this last week, was how proud people are to say they're American, how proud they are to stand up for the Constitution and our freedom and our principles. And we've got to remind our lawmakers, and we've got to remind everybody up on Capitol Hill that we are not going to stop, and that they are not going to stop us, and that this is our country, and that we're going to continue to speak up.
Congressman, before you answer, I'd like you to follow up the question on what needs to be done with why is federalizing elections a really bad idea?
Oh, listen, our founders were very wise. They did not want foreign interference in our elections, right? They did not want people from other countries, ambassador or whatever, coming here to the seat of our government and through bribery or whatever other means influence our elections. So our founders said, let's avoid that, let's spread it to the states. They didn't want the federal government determined, those who are going to benefit from the election, to be the ones overseeing it. And so, look, we very purposefully have a system where the states are responsible for the time, place, and manner of elections. And if the federal government takes that away, then we're going to be in serious trouble. And I would just add to what was said here, which I 100% agree with. We have also got, look, we have, all of our states have election laws, but it is time that we start prosecuting people who violate our election laws. That is a pivotal point of election integrity and security.
And it's also time that we had secretaries of state that didn't move the goalpost, change the rules, alter the intent as we go on. So
I couldn't agree with you more.
Real quick, I know our time is short. What's the one takeaway that you'd like everybody here to leave with, real quickly?
Hope. We will win 2022. We're going to take back the House. We're going to take back the Senate. We are going to take Congress. So get out there and vote. There are, all over the country, there are lawsuits, right, Charlie? Right, guys, going on.
Right.
All over the law, all over the country. So we will have fair elections, and President Trump will continue to preach about fair elections because we care about 2022 and these midterms. That is so important. That is so important.
Sarah.
Oh, I totally agree. You were 100% right there. And also to remember not to be afraid. I think we've been ostracized. Conservatives have been shadow banned. The media has failed to report the truth to the American people. But as long as we keep speaking up, as long as we keep telling the truth and exposing the truth, they can't do anything about it. We're the United States of America, and and that's given to us in our Constitution. So I think hope and living on principle and being a part of what you're already doing here at CPAC, being involved.
Thank you. Listen, we all know we're in the fight of our life for our country, and yet we are a country that does not work without involvement of the people. This is our time to stand up for liberty and stand up specifically for voter integrity at the ballot box, to be watchers, to be boots on the ground, and we're going to win. We're going to take our country back with us.
Stand up for voter integrity. Stand up and thank Congressman Jody Hice, Sarah Carter, journalist extraordinaire, and Pam Bondi, legal,
and Charlie.
and thank you.
Charlie.
Elections matter.
message from Voter Safe House. Wouldn't it be nice to trust in every U.S. election? What if next time the winner of the presidential race was announced, we all agreed in the authenticity of the results? Election doubts breed frustration and confusion. But Voter Safe House's bipartisan platform gives the people their voices back through poll transparency. Join free and help protect the integrity of our voting system with your secure and confidential account. Visit votersafehouse.com today. iOS, Android, and web apps coming soon.
Building on the success of the 2020 campaign, we're engaging with diverse communities more than ever. The RNC made a multi-million-dollar investment to engage with Asia Pacific American, Indian American, Native American, Black American, and Hispanic communities in key states across the country.
These community centers, the advertisements run in these neighborhoods, the extensive media engagement, and interviews with local and national outlets are reaching voters closer to home more than ever before.
The RNC, with this investment, we're in these communities a year in advance of the election, and we're having conversations, and it is really going well and expanding our party.
Open borders, shameful abandonment, disregard for human life, the prospect of more mandates and lockdowns, and the list goes on. Now more than ever, we need to stick together. Voting alone is not enough. We must use our dollars to support like-minded companies who fight for our rights and beliefs. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider who shares your values. We will give more than $500,000 this year to our causes, and with your support, we'll double that next year. It's time to band together and support companies that truly love America and fight for our freedoms. Will you join us?
Looking for accurate information without the negative commentary? The Victory Channel is 24/7 faith-based programming you can trust to teach the uncompromised Word of God, so you can build your faith to walk in victory every day. Victory offers original programs created to keep our viewers up to date with news and current events, all from a spirit of faith. Victory Channel, your source for truth and hope. Learn how you can watch the Victory Channel at govictory.com/channel finder.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the straw poll. Please welcome CPAC Chairman Matt Schlapp. With Liberty Vote, powered by Number One Solutions, Naomi Ito. CPAC First Vice Chairman Charlie Giroux. And CPAC Board Member McLaughlin & Associates, Jim McLaughlin.
It's that time again. It's that time. I don't know if anybody's been, is there an unofficial poll out there about what the conservative movement, which we now call Americans who love America, what they think about things? I'm honored to be up here on the stage with all three of our guests, but our Vice Chairman, Charlie Giroux, and a fellow board member, Jim McLaughlin. And Jim, you have some results.
That's what I hear.
I can't tell you how many people have asked me, when's the straw poll coming out? When's the straw poll coming out? And we've never seen this kind of excitement for the straw poll. And it's actually kind of amazing being a non-presidential year. So with that said, without further ado, and the other thing is this, these numbers, they speak for themselves. And you're gonna see it, I guess, because you guys are the ones that voted, you're gonna agree with them, but here we go. And just so everybody knows, for a non-presidential year, this was literally a historic turnout where we had over 2,500 people actually come out and vote and make their voices be heard. And I'll tell you, one of the things I've learned is walking around here at CPAC, people want to be heard. Do you approve or disapprove of President Trump? 97%. Nobody gets 97%. Trust me, Matt and Charlie, they don't have 97% approvals in their households.
It's a sensitive subject, Jim.
And 83% strongly. And there was, folks were telling me things are going to fade for the president. I saw the speech last night. I saw your reaction. Nothing's faded for the president. With that said, what do we think of Joe Biden? 99% disapprove. 98 strongly, and I will tell you this. Now, I've been going to CPACs for close to almost 4 decades now. That's where Matt and I met years ago. He's older than I am, just kidding. But, you'd have times where Bill Clinton didn't have numbers this bad. Barack Obama didn't have numbers this bad. We just got back a national poll of all voters, and trust me, you look at Joe Biden's numbers now, they are horrible. And it's going to be interesting to see what happens.
I don't understand, Jim. 1% approve of Joe Biden? I can't. I know, I think the back corner got some, what happened?
Look, there's a lot of security, and as we tell everybody, it's anonymous. Some of the press must have stuck in. What are the most important issues? And remember, you could choose up to 3. Election integrity is number 1, 49%. Immigration, border wall, 48. Constitutional rights, freedom, 43%. Then you have things like inflation, cost of living, 27%.
Can I say something there, Jim?
Yes, sir.
I have all these people that say we can't talk about the 2020 election. And if you go around the country, if you come to CPAC and you talk to folks, everyone wants to talk about the election. But they don't want to just complain about all the illegal activity. They want to know what we're going to do. And so you gotta own it. You got to understand it, and then you got to address it.
That's exactly right. Which do you think is the greatest threat to America's safety and national security? And originally, I'm going to tell you the history on this question real quick. I just had China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, and the Afghanistan question. Matt made me change it. He said, put in Joe Biden's incompetence. And I was like, well, no.
Actually, I said right. Put in Joe Biden's incontinence, but you got real close. I mean,
it's the same thing. But look at it. And we're seeing this right now again, there was a media poll that was out yesterday. More than 60% of Americans said the Ukrainian invasion wouldn't have happened on Donald Trump's watch. And that's with all voters. Now, one last thing, little housekeeping. When we're done, within, not maybe right away, but within an hour or 2, all the results will be up there. We obviously don't have time to deliver all the results from the survey, but they will all be there. We believe in honesty and transparency in our surveys, just like we do in everything else. So now the question you were all waiting for, the straw poll. What happened? Who do you think's going to win? Who do you think's going to be ahead? Who?
Chris Christie.
All right. Here you go. Donald Trump, 59%. So much for him fading. He had 55% last year. Ron DeSantis is at 28%. So, do you agree with those numbers? And look, and even the other candidates that get votes, they tend to be Trump-related. And the gentleman who yelled out Chris Christie, well, you see what happened there.
Well,
anyway.
I like some of these. You know, we would be in Maryland right now, except their Republican governor said we'd kill each other. He's at 0. He literally got no votes, so. And there's this guy, John Kasich. I didn't even, wow. Were you just putting him on there to be mean, Jim? What are you doing?
Says he might run for president.
Okay.
So those are the choices. Now the next is the ballot without Donald Trump. Ron DeSantis, 61%. And what happens is one of the interesting parts, 2/3 of President Trump's voters from the first choice go to Ron DeSantis. Make sense? Okay. All right, so now we go to the next one.
Oh, and then we have, I'm still letting it all sink in there. That's great. Naomi, walk through. You have a great voter technology. You use blockchain, and you have some great results as well with this company, Liberty Vote.
That's right. Thank you for the introduction.
And thanks for being at CPAC. We really appreciate anybody flying over here from Tokyo to be with us. It's a wonderful thing.
Thank you. Thank you for having us here today. In the existing election system, many frauds have been committed due to falsified data. In particular, the last US presidential election has brought that reality to the attention of many people all over the world, including Japan. We understand that this is not just an issue of the United States of America. We are all facing a crisis of losing our freedom and democracy. Democracy is our right to vote. That is why Liberty Vote has been developing a system that is fair, transparent, and it is applicable both online and offline. And in this system, people are authorized before they participate, making sure that they are individuals who qualify to be voting for this country. And in this system, nobody, not even the administrator of the system, can tamper with data. We no longer have to rely on a single entity to trust with our data. And above all, it allows participants to log back into the system and make sure and confirm that their votes have not been altered. And the process is clear, it's transparent, it is proof that election integrity is possible. And we believe that this CPAC 2022 is the right place to start. And we have great results, so I'd like to get right into them. There we go. I'm pleased to announce that we have had 905 people participate in our blockchain portion of this weekend's straw poll. We had 4 questions prepared, and all of them had great results. But I'd like to announce 2 of the 4, which I believe are worthy to mention. For the first survey question you see up here, more than 3 out of 4 people have voted yes to implementing blockchain technology to the election for more transparency. And I must say, this is a very encouraging result. And the last question, thank you, whether conservatives need to be more active in virtual spaces such as the metaverse to fight against the big tech. An outstanding 93.2% have voted yes. And as Jim had mentioned earlier, all of these results will be on CPAC website later. We're so happy with the results, and it is such an honor to be here. Once again, thank you to all of those who participated, took the time in the blockchain portion of the survey. One person, one vote. For eternal world peace, let's make those votes count.
Amen.
Thank you, Naomi. Thank you for everything you're doing to restore this idea that there's a sacredness to elections. Jim, thank you for your great results. I think you all know that Donald Trump Jr. is in the House. He'll be talking to you shortly. We have other great things to come, so stay with us. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a power play. Please welcome, from Georgia, U.S. Senator David Perdue.
Thank you. Guys, thank you for being here. You're the backbone of our cause. God bless you for being here. I'm only going to take a couple minutes because I'm only one or two or three people between you and Don Jr. and the real show this afternoon, so bear with me. Guys, I spent my life in the real world where you are, and I can tell you right now objectively, we are in a moment of crisis in America. We saw how our elections were corrupted in 2020, and now we see the rollout of the Biden madness every day. But I'm telling you, it's bigger than that. It's an ideological war for the future direction of our country. And we're this close to losing it, but we're not going to lose it because of people like you. The left wants state control. We want individual self-determination. Conservatives believe in economic opportunity for everybody, fiscal responsibility, limited government, individual liberty. The liberal left believes the state knows more about running your life than you do. They want state control, and they want to take America into a socialist state. We're not going to let that happen. And we've got more than enough evidence to convince anybody, if they'll listen, that the Democrats have a failed ethos. Just look at the states in our country that have failed. California, New York. Look at the cities, Detroit, San Francisco, and they abound. And these are cities and states that have been managed by Democrats for decades. We know what they want failed, and it's going to continue to fail. Just look at the Biden administration. Joe Biden has brought us high gas prices and runaway inflation. Donald Trump made us energy independent and gave us the greatest economic turnaround in U.S. history. Joe Biden failed us internationally. Donald Trump stood up to the rest of the world and said, we're going to make America first. And guess what? Joe Biden allowed 13 American soldiers to die in Afghanistan unnecessarily. And do you know that Donald Trump, in the last 18 months of his administration, not one American died in Afghanistan. Joe Biden has allowed 2 million illegal immigrants to invade our country. Donald Trump gave us the wall, y'all. But it's bigger than Biden. It's insidious in the Democratic Party. Chuck Schumer told us 2 years ago what he was going to do, and he is doing it. Just a month ago or so, he put on the floor of the United States Senate a bill to reverse and do away with the filibuster rule, which would give the Democratic Party permanent, total majority control. What do they want to do? They've told us. They want to add 4 seats to the Supreme Court. They want to add D.C. and Puerto Rico as new states. And then the Holy Grail, watch this. They want the federal government to take over our elections. If you like what happened in 2020, you will love H.R. 1 and what they want to do. We have to defend our way of life. It's just that simple. If self-determination and freedom are going to abound and flourish in the rest of the world, we have to defend it here at home. What we have to do is look at the examples, though. We have a fight right now in my home state. The city of Atlanta last year tied Chicago for the murder capital of America. This year, murders are up 70%. Rapes are up 236%. Folks, that's what you get with Democratic leadership in a failed state and defunding the police. We can't stand for that. There are a group of people in Buckhead who actually just want to have a vote to determine how they're going to be governed. I believe they should have a vote, don't you? It's very serious, though, and it's in every state, and it's every town. And we have control. You do. I do. We can vote. The way to get out of this thing is to make sure we put our petty differences aside and focus on the real enemy. And those are the ones that want to make America a socialist state. And what we have to do is look at how we get out. If you want to stop the Biden madness, go vote. If you want to fix the elections, go vote. If you want to make sure that we have a Republican in the White House, we have to win the Senate majority this year, and we can stop the madness right now. And what I'm here to tell you is this. We have that opportunity. We have not always exercised that opportunity, as we saw in my home state just this past year. We can do better than that, and we have to do better than that. I will just tell you this. Ronald Reagan warned us, and he gave us our charge right now for every generation. He told us that freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. You have to fight for it. We don't pass it down in the bloodstream. It has to be protected and passed on. Or one day in our sunset years, you and I will be sitting around telling our children and our children's children what it was once like in America when women and men were free. Not on my watch, folks, not on your watch. If we pull together, we can make darn sure the Democrats never turn our beloved America into a socialist state. God bless you guys for being here. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from Nebraska, with Herbster Angus Farms, Charles W. Herbster.
Let's get excited! We're the Patriots! Come on, everybody up! This is CPAC 2022. A big thank you and round of applause for Matt and Mercy Schlapp. Let's pretend we're at a Donald J. Trump rally. All right, well, it is great to be here. It's Sunday, and for the last 2.5 days, you've heard so many incredible things, but I want to do a little listening check, and I want to make sure that when we go home today, that we don't just simply say, it was great, because there's more to saving this country than coming and saying that it's great. Now, I'm going to go back to the greatest leadership book that was ever written in the history of the world over 2,000 years ago, and it says, in a very, very special verse, "Call unto me, and I will show you great and mighty things you do not know." I want to talk about faith, freedom, and family. And I want to say, yes, you're going to applaud that, absolutely. First of all, tonight, I'm going to ask all of you to do a favor, even if it's a little uncomfortable. You with your spouses here, kneel down and give a prayer for what's taking place in Ukraine. They need our prayers. That Zelensky character, he's a hero. He's a hero. He's a leader.
He's not a politician. He was a comedian. He could have left. Put this in your notes. Leaders never leave. Leaders never leave. You've got individuals in Ukraine that are 70 years old, a woman 79 years old, a gentleman 81 years old, and they have picked up the cross and they are fighting Putin. They're fighting him. Now, we also need to give a big round of applause for the Canadian truckers. I have a vision, okay? And here's the vision. Now, I have to be careful because I'm running for governor for the state of Nebraska, and so you know when you run for political office, never have held political office in your life before, they're always looking for those little clips that they can slam you with. So I've got to say that I had a vision of a peaceful truckers protest. Wait a minute, the best is yet to come. Surrounding Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, and Joe Biden. Would that, yeah, you need to stand up. Would that not be exciting? Huh? Listen, let me leave you with one thing. One thing, written in 20-some books, written by my good friend John C. Maxwell, and it goes like this. Everything rises and falls on leadership. Everything rises and falls on leadership. And I'm going to add to that. Poor leadership, poor results. Mediocre leadership, average results. Great leadership, great results. We had the greatest leader in my lifetime on this stage last night, Donald J. Trump. No question about it. He did things that nobody else did. Thank you. God bless.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from Florida, Representative Kat Cammack.
Smokes. Why in the heck can't I get Nancy Pelosi to greet me like that when I show up to vote? Man, it feels good to be in the Sunshine State, right? My name is Kat Cammack, and I am Nancy Pelosi's least favorite member of Congress. And I know you guys are wondering, how in the heck did you earn that title? Let me tell you guys, I have been working on this for years. I have been working on this for years because even when I was in the womb, I was working on this. You think I'm joking? See, I'm not supposed to be here right now. I'm not supposed to be on this stage. I'm not even supposed to be alive, breathing, talking, annoying Nancy Pelosi. My mom, when she was pregnant with me, was told that she had to abort me, that she would not survive, that her child would not survive. And they said, you know what? You're a single mom. You don't need to go through this. You should abort this child. But my mom, being the strong woman that she is, she says, heck no, I choose life. So that was my first defiance of Nancy Pelosi. My second came in April of 2011 when they, and by they I mean the Obama administration along with Nancy Pelosi, they took everything from my family. They took our cattle ranch and we were left homeless. And when I was homeless, I made the decision that I was gonna change my life plans and I was gonna go after big government so that no one ever had to go through what my family went through. And so I made a choice. And that led me to here today, where I stand before you as the youngest Republican woman in Washington today. And Nancy hates that. Oh my goodness, she hates that because she needs victims. She needs victims because she believes in equal outcome, not equal opportunity. But I grew up in a household that believes in equal opportunity, not equal outcome, which is why I have been able to go from homeless to the House of Representatives in under a decade. And I know you guys are wondering, why in the heck are you telling us this story? It's because we know that they want victims. The Democrat agenda is an agenda about dependency and control. They want people dependent on big government so that they can control them, but they need victims to do that. But you all in this room know something that those on the left don't. Victimhood is not a virtue. It is a condition. And even Dr. Fauci can't fix that. And this is where we all come in. Every single one of us in this room here today, we have a mission. We're not victims, we're survivors, we're fighters. We are the blue-collar workers, the people who get up and go to work every day, who refuse to be beholden to a big government that wants to tell us how we're gonna live our life, when we're gonna do something, and then they want us to pay for it? I don't think so. Can I get a hell no? Yes. And so, today, right here, right now, we have an opportunity to not just take the House back, not just the Senate, and in 2 years, of course, we're gonna have the big man back, right? But we're taking our country back, and it starts today. This is not just about a piece of legislation, because we know there is no bill in Washington that will get us out of this mess. This is a fight for the soul of our country. We are in the fight for the soul of our country, and it is gonna take every single one of us, because we have in our DNA the grit, the fortitude to take our country back. And I wanna do something real quick. Bear with me. Shh. You know what sound that is? That's Nancy Pelosi, November this year. Now, I want her to be able to hear exactly what it's gonna sound like come November. What's it gonna sound like in all the Republican offices around the country in November? Can we get a taste? Oh, come on, guys, we gotta do better than that. We got Don Jr. coming up. Are we gonna take the country back? Yes, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your fight. Thank you for your faith. God bless. Let's take our country back.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from Missouri, Attorney General Eric Schmitt.
Good afternoon, Patriots. I am Eric Schmitt from the free state of Missouri. My job, ladies and gentlemen, is pretty simple. Each day I wake up, I go to the office, I sue Joe Biden, I go home. Then I get up the next day, I sue Joe Biden, I go home again. Listen, we've witnessed an unprecedented authoritarian assault on liberty and on the Constitution under the guise of so-called COVID precautions. 2 weeks to flatten the curve has turned into 2 years to push an authoritarian socialist agenda. The pathway to tyranny, folks, and you don't need to have a PhD in history to know this, is paved with emergency executive orders. The difference between the progressive left and the conservative right is they use power for command and control, to push government encroachment into our lives. We use the power of government to protect liberty, for freedom, to stop government encroachment so people can live their lives and pursue their dreams. What we've seen in this country is unprecedented. And what we know is that the left, they're playing for keeps. They're playing for keeps, folks. And we are not having traditional political debates in this country. They want to replace the Declaration of Independence with a communist manifesto. And I believe, ladies and gentlemen, that we need to pry the power away from bureaucrats and return it to parents and to people. And we're going to fight COVID at every turn. And we're going to fight that COVID tyranny at every turn. And I've taken that fight to the big institutions, the federal government, school districts. So we have sued to stop vaccine mandates. We have sued to stop mask mandates. And we are winning. And we're not giving up that fight. We're not going to do it. We're not having traditional political debates in this country, ladies and gentlemen, about things like tax rates or entitlement reform. The left is committed to adding states to the union, packing the Supreme Court, federalizing our elections, and aggregating power, and we have to fight back. And I believe in this very important principle that parents should be able to make these decisions, and what we see, the assault on parents' rights, is unprecedented. And at first, by the way, the Democrats just denied it. Remember when they said they didn't teach critical race theory in this country? It was just a graduate level course, they said. The problem is, parents across this country got a sneak peek into their kids' classroom during the lockdowns, and what they saw was shocking. Kids asked to explain their white guilt. Kids divided between oppressors and the oppressed. Kids being taught that every institution is founded on racism in this country, even our founding. Kids being taught to despise America. The sickness on the left, ladies and gentlemen, that divides us based on race and religion and income is being taught in elementary schools all the way through college. And it's their plan to remake America in the image of Marx and to trade in the Declaration of Independence for a copy of the Communist Manifesto. Right now, as I said, these debates are not typical. They want to remake this country in their own image. I said they want to pack the court, they want to federalize elections, they're playing for keeps, folks. But here's the good news. We're fighting back. We're fighting back. President Trump, by the way, can I just say, how about that speech last night? Do we miss President Trump or what? Unbelievable. President Trump appointed nearly 4% of the federal judiciary, and that provides a great check and balance against the lawlessness of the left. And for my part, I've served the administration over a dozen times, and we're winning. I was the first attorney general in the country to file suit against their extremist greenhouse gas regulations that would have cost us millions of jobs in the most expensive virtue signal in history. I was the first attorney general to file suit against the vaccine mandate for healthcare workers. I was the first attorney general to file suit against the OSHA mandate. We took it all the way to the Supreme Court and we won. And I successfully sued the federal government when they tried to force a mask mandate and vaccine mandates on pre-K students through the Head Start program. I was the first Attorney General with Texas to sue Joe Biden to protect President Trump's Remain in Mexico policy. We took it to the Supreme Court and we won. Now we're back in court trying to get them to implement it. It's amazing how they drag their feet. I was the first Attorney General with Texas to sue Joe Biden to finish President Trump's border wall. And we're not done yet. We'll keep fighting at every turn because I got to admit, I'm not tired of winning. Are you tired of winning? I'm not tired of winning. So we're going to keep fighting, and right now, we need fighters in Washington who will stand up to this COVID tyranny, that will fight administrative overreach at every turn. America, ladies and gentlemen, has been the freest country in the history of the world. And this is a fight. Right now, the fight we are in is a fight to save America. The America we know and love, to make sure that it is to have a government of the people, and by the people, and for the people, and not turn it over to some political Politburo. And let me be clear about this right now, and let the word go forth right here, right now, with so many patriots, that if the left wants to remake America, they're going to have to take it from our cold, dead hands. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand ready to defend America in Washington as I have in Missouri. So let's go fight. Let's go win. Let's go, Brandon. Thank you. God bless you. God bless the United States of America.
I would body that. So small. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome CPAC Executive Board members Charlie Giroux, Bob Beaupre, Kimberly Bellissimo, and CPAC Chairman Matt Schlapp.
That is like holding a trophy from some kind of world championship there, isn't it, Charles? I want to first thank my very good friend of both Mercy and myself, Charles W. Herbster from Nebraska. Not only you're a great friend, you're a great patriot. You care a lot about your home state of Nebraska, which is why you've thrown your hat into the ring, but you also had another hat that you held on to. And Charles is responsible for this beautiful award made out of sterling silver with a little bit of gold. Because when you're going to honor the person we're honoring next, you just got to go first class, right, Charles?
First class.
And it's great to be here with our 3 members of our executive committee. It's been a great road for CPAC, and when you think about all the strides that we're all trying to make to save America, please thank these people who do it for free and put in a lot of hours. We appreciate all you do. Thank you. Now hold your fire. You got to hold on to some of that fire, because I get a little emotional on this topic, but there are a few songs that resonate with the soul of America, like Proud to Be an American by the legend Lee Greenwood. It's a story and a love letter to our country. These lyrics have inspired many. You know them. I will not sing them. I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I'd gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, because there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Did you get a little choked up? Did you get a little choked up like we did when I read those lines? Throughout his extensive career, international country music icon, by the way, there is no other kind of music, Lee Greenwood has earned multiple CMA and ACM awards, including a Grammy Award for Top Male Vocal Performance on IOU in 1985, and numerous prestigious awards and nominations throughout his career. Known for his outstanding patriotism and support of our U.S. military, Greenwood has been honored with the Congressional Medal of Honor Society Patriot Award and has entertained our brave troops on more than 30 USO tours. Lee Greenwood has given us a gift with this song, a gift to America, a gift to the greatest country in the world. It is for this reason that CPAC is inducting Lee Greenwood and this great American ballad into our CPAC Hall of Fame. Ladies and gentlemen, Lee Greenwood.
Let's get a photo. Can we get a photo with you? Yes, sir. Right here. Look right Come in here. Come in here. It was heavy.
Thank you so very much. First of all, let me thank you for this tremendous honor, CPAC. I'm flattered, humbled, and proud to accept this award. I also want to thank my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. For the gift of music and my ability to create something that has given Americans hope and spirit for decades. And most of all, I want to thank my beautiful wife, Kim, for her undying support of what I do. There is no greater American patriot than my wife, Kim Greenwood, and I couldn't do what I do without her by my side. Kim, would you at least stand, please, and say hello to the audience? Hard to believe we've been married 30 years this April. Lastly, let's all strive to get truth and move past misinformation. Let's stay on track and take America back. And to coin the phrase from a simple American writer, God bless the USA.
Every CPAC has a poignant, there's the poignant moment. Every CPAC has a poignant moment or two. The other night at our Reagan dinner, Elaine Beck bid on and won in our live auction a flag to be flown over the United States Capitol in honor of her husband, Harold Beck, who passed away. He was a true patriot, and he served our country with honor and distinction. And Mrs. Beck will present this flag to her grandson, Jesse, so that he can always remember his grandfather. She's here with us today. Would you thank her for your help to CPAC and for her honor of her husband, a true American patriot? Thank you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Donald Trump Jr.
I'm glad. I heard the fishing trip last night with me went for a lot of money. See, if I were Hunter Biden, I'd put that in my pocket rather than going for a good cause, right? It'd be a little different. But we can't do that, right? That too. No, but think about how bad things are going right now. I'm going to play off of that, okay, sir? That the administration that currently is in charge wanted to put together a program to hand out crack pipes, because you'd have to be on crack to think that they're doing a good job, okay? Like, just maybe. At least they found a program that Hunter could be in charge of, right? No, but think about what's going on. Look at what's happening out there. There's not a single success this administration has had, and yet, if you look daily, the press is fawning over them. You can see that Europe put in the sanctions that Joe Biden could have easily done a year ago, could have maintained what Trump had, could have done the right thing and actually led. But as my father said, and as we all know, he was sleeping. Right? While Europe was leading, Joe Biden was sleeping. And we say that without certainty, but we all know. Right? Of course he was. But the press, you can see the White House's hand in this. I'm like, really? Like, I don't know. Doesn't seem like they did anything. But that's what we're up against, folks. Watch, each and every day, we're watching inflation go through the roof. It's transitory, we're told. Right? It's just a temporary thing. It'll be gone. Well, maybe it won't be gone tomorrow. Every day they change the tune. Every day the narrative changes to suit failure after failure. A lot of fake news. But you know what's nice about the fake news? Is that the American people are now onto them. All right? No, you hate to say it and you hate to see it. But maybe, and just maybe, it took a Joe Biden and a Kamala Harris and the disaster that came with that to wake the American people up fully to what is going on in our country. Okay? For years, the American citizens, they watched and they listened to the news, maybe peripherally in the background. If you're here at CPAC, you're into this stuff. You're studying it. You're watching it every day. You've seen through the lies. For the average American hardworking family, they were just consuming a couple minutes of news a day. You hear the same nonsense over and over and over, and maybe you just start assuming maybe there must be something to it, right? Like Russia collusion. What happened with that, though? Because it feels like there's actually was Russian collusion, but now it's different, right? now. But now, almost zero coverage of it, right? When the other side gets their hand caught in the cookie jar, the worse than Watergate crowd is missing. Where is Bob Woodward, who for every day, every tweet, it's worse than Watergate? It's like, I don't know, like, my father could tweet, Merry Christmas, it's worse than Watergate. They'd wheel him out from whatever rock he's hiding under, they'd put him on there, and they'd say, you know, you've got one thing right in 40 years, but doesn't matter, everything's worse than Watergate. This one actually is, right? You have a political campaign working with government contractors who had access not just to a candidate, but to also the sitting president of the United States. They used that information to spy on them, to create a narrative. They leaked it to that same fake news, who wrote a story about it, which they then used as a basis for an investigation. The same people that did that for the Hillary Clinton campaign are now negotiating with Russia, right? So the people who created the Russia boogeyman scenario for 5 years are now negotiating with them as we seem like we're on the verge of getting into a ground war in Europe with Russia. And of course it happened under this administration, because you know, the first thing a bully does, a bully like Vladimir Putin, he takes advantage of the weak, infirm. And no one is weaker and no one is more infirm than Joe Biden. All you have to do is watch him walk up a flight of stairs, but it's worse than that. No, it's worse than that. Because you watch how they lead, how they govern, and I'll use lead in quotations because what I've seen is not leadership. And again, we're all on one side of the spectrum. We understand and we believe this, but we can see another side too. We can be open to that. And we can talk about those things, but there are certain things that we cannot let go. There are certain things that we cannot pretend didn't happen. Okay, we can disagree about socioeconomic policies. We can disagree about perhaps aspects of the environment. What we can't disagree about is the disgrace that happened in Afghanistan a few short months ago, right? We gotta point it out. Because it's not just about that disgrace, it's what everyone sees. You think Vladimir Putin didn't see that and said, excellent. You think that Xi over in China wasn't saying, hey, whatever my timeline for taking over Taiwan was, accelerate it. There's a reason it didn't happen under Trump. People understand strength. They understand resolve. They understand balls. You gotta say it, folks. And folks, right now our leadership has none of those things. Okay? But they do have depends. Yes, without a doubt. Go long on that stock, okay? You know Nancy Pelosi invested in that one way ahead of things, so like, just buy, go long. But it wasn't just brief moments of incompetence. It was the hearings afterwards where our generals, the great woke leaders of our US military that spent 6 million man-hours training our troops about wokeness. Like, not fighting, not killing bad guys. They wanted to learn about white rage, a term that none of us had ever heard of prior to him testifying it, right? Maybe they should focus on China, but when I watch our military leadership, who's gone the way of the left, sit there before the American people and said, well, as it pertains to Afghanistan, we could not have seen this coming. Really? Really? Because I saw it coming. And let's just assume I know nothing about Afghanistan, okay? I saw it coming. You saw it coming. Anyone who's ever served saw it coming. But they could not have seen it coming, which makes you wonder, why are they in charge? Remember, a week later, our Secretary of State gets up there. To paraphrase, because I'll get it close, but CNN will say that I lied about what was said. So to paraphrase, we are shocked and dismayed that the new Taliban government is not as diverse and inclusive as we would have hoped. Who would have imagined? I don't know. Like, they sort of have a history of throwing homosexuals off buildings. They have a history of enslaving young women and children into sexual bondage. We're shocked that they weren't more diverse and inclusive. You know why? Because these people are idiots. And yet they're in charge, right? You wonder why gas prices are all-time highs, right? We're going to spend billions to fund NATO, to protect them from the Russians that we give a pipeline to, that we give a pipeline not just for the economics, but a pipeline to their own survival right now as they invade a sovereign nation. The media is making the neocon warmongers heroes again, right? Liz Cheney's out there busy working, not to win a campaign, because no one in the state of Wyoming could care less about Liz Cheney. She's working hard to send not her children, but your children over to Ukraine. You know that's what's going on in the background, right? Because, hell, guys, we haven't been in a war in like 3 months. Let's get that machine going, right? And you know when the media is turning them into the thought leaders of the Republican Party, they're trying to get us in another war. We're not going to go for it. Again, it took a Joe Biden to wake people up. It took the disaster that is not just Joe Biden, and this is what we have to remember going into midterms. It isn't just Joe Biden. We all recognize that he's incapable of making the decisions and coming up with the policies that are out there. These are Democrat policies, folks. This is what the Democrat Party wants for America. The inflation is fine as long as they can push their green agenda. It doesn't matter if America seats and cedes its place at the throne of capitalism to allow the Chinese to eat our lunch, to enrich our enemies. They want to push the asinine policies. They want to push science, but not real science, just science convenient to their narrative. Otherwise, they wouldn't be talking about 97 genders all day long. Am I wrong? Nope. Not wrong. Speaking of Wyoming, Harriet, she's going to take out Liz Cheney, folks. Because she'll actually work for the people of Wyoming, not for the DC swamp. We got a lot of work to do in all of these places, folks, and that's the thing, okay? We cannot let our foot off the gas. We cannot assume we have won these things. When you have $1 trillion mainstream media complex as your marketing department, like the Democrats do, $1 trillion in social media, another $1 trillion big tech enterprise, all working for them, we need each and every one of you to be in the game 100%, okay? The fact that elections are so close, given that you are up against multiple trillions designed to suppress your opinion, your views, your ideas, your free speech while boosting the other side, is actually amazing. But that's why we can't assume we've won. We can't assume there's logic out there, because you understand how much has been spent and put against us and our values. So we need to be engaged. We need to be involved. We need to be all in every race. I'm not talking about just the Senate or just gubernatorial races or the House. We need to be involved down to our school boards, so we can prevent the radical left from pushing and teaching institutionalized racism to our children. All right. We need to put our money behind companies that share our values. I'm looking at Glenn over here from Patriot Mobile. Yeah. I run into you at every conservative thing in the world, Glenn. But you guys got to understand, you can give your money to AT&T, the parent company of CNN, and you can pay the salary of Don Lemon, or you can support someone like a Patriot Mobile and give back to causes that they believe in as a sponsor here. We can do all those things. That's not cancel culture, folks. That's using your damn brain. The enemy, the other side, and at this point, looking at the things that they are pushing, you got to use that word. They're more than happy to take your money, give it to everyone else who hates your guts, hates your values, hates your religion, hates your freedom. So use your head and play the game the way the other side does, because for the last few decades, until the age of Trump, we've been playing T-ball while the other side has been playing hardball. We turn the other cheek and they laugh and take the win. We need to play like them, and that's what Trump did, folks. He opened the door. People understand, like, wait a minute. We don't just have to fold under the narrative. We don't just have to roll over and die. We can speak our minds. We can use our voices. We can use our wallets to support it, and we have to. Because we are starting at such a deficit given what has happened for so long. So we need to be engaged. We need to be out there. That's why it's awesome to see this many incredible conservatives in a room like this, because you understand what is at stake. Look at all the young people, too. Yeah, come on. Look at this. Come here, guys. All right. I mean, all right? Look at... You're not that young. Oh, come here, buddy. All right? Get them going, because, folks, it ain't easy being a young conservative, right? There are consequences to being on our side, right? If there weren't, I'd become an artist and sell my crap for $500,000. If there weren't, I would take $1 billion from China knowing that that's just fine. Right? I'd have a laptop with all of our enemies and it won't matter. Crack's not really my thing, but if it was, it would be fine if I was on that side. There's nothing easier than being a Democrat today. That's why you guys are now the new rebels. You guys are the counterculture. You guys are the future, so we need you to keep fighting, and that's why it's awesome that you guys are here. Thank you, man. So I just want to say thank you to all of you for being so engaged. I love the straw poll we saw. I like it when my big guy does well and not just 10%. A lot more, right? So CPAC, thank you so much. Matt, Mercy, thank you so much for doing this, for keeping the fire lit. Because we have to stay in this forever. We can no longer do what we've been doing. We must stay involved. We must get in every race and in every game and watch each and every way they try to undermine us on a daily basis. But with all of you together, united, we can do that and we can win because our ideas are great. We are the big tent. We are open to other ideas and thoughts. We don't say you must follow the gospel 100% or you are canceled and you are out. And I'm watching the other side eat themselves alive right now. So we are the party of inclusion, of diversity, of ideas. So get out there and fight for it, because those ideas, our Constitution, our freedom, and our liberty are worth fighting for 100%. So thank you very much, CPAC. We'll see you soon, okay, guys? Thank you, guys. Patriot and a great friend who just won an award a few minutes before I got up here is going to come out and sing a little song for all of us. So I'd like to welcome the incredible Lee Greenwood. Appreciate it, buddy. Great seeing you.
If tomorrow all the things were gone, I'd worked for all my life, and I had to start again with just my children and my wife. Thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause the flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. Sing it! God bless the USA! From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. An American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the CPAC!
Hey CPAC, one more thing before you go. Go to conservative.org and join us for CPAC Texas in Dallas.
We're at CPAC, baby!
Y'all like having CPAC in Dallas? We stand together and defend liberty in the immortal words of William Wallace. Freedom!
God bless Texas. We're going to have some auction items here today.
25 where, 25 where. I have sold it.
Glad to be here at CPAC.
It's the only way we're going to make a difference. Fight for culture. Even if people tell you that culture doesn't matter, it actually is all that matters.
Howdy, CPAC.
CPAC's great. You get people not just from every state in America, but increasingly they're coming from all around the world. America is the battleground. Keep going, CPAC.
Play to win. Save the country. Do whatever you possibly can.
It is important for conservatives from all backgrounds, every corner of the conservative movement, to come to CPAC.
All of the most important conservative thinkers and doers and world shakers are going to be at CPAC.
CPAC is where change begins for the country. It's powerful, and it all starts right here.
It's my honor to welcome to you President Donald J. Trump.
Working together, we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again.
Go save America.